Check. Mic check. Red leather. Doo-doo. Frederica trying to steal one of Josh's dreads. What the? La. That's a pick of baby at the dentist. What up, Raymond? What up, Nugget Man? What up, peace out? Chopping out like that. Give me one moment, guys. I'll turn this down. Un momento. We still have 2 minutes. Check. Red leather. What's up, Stubborn One? Was that Facebook? Did you guys hear my computer ding just now? Just give me 1 second, guys. Share this out. Share it out. All right. What's the drawing of? Hold on 1 second, guys. Enough of that music. Let's get out of this camera. I gotta turn the sound off. Welcome to my kingdom. Oh, welcome everybody. This is the Dreadedconservative show. Monday night, kicking the week off right. The world's a crazy place. I'm just gonna report on it. And we got a fun show tonight. I gotta turn my phone on silent. Hold up. Un momento. Put it on vibrate. What's up, Stubborn One? What's up, Nugget Man, Raymond 11? Sorry, guys, I got a bit of a stuffy nose. I got a little bit of a... I don't know if I got a cold. The other day when I was streaming for the fights, I was feeling a little nauseous that night when I went to bed. I got to get that sound off. That is YouTube. Where's it coming from? It's right here. I got to close this. Okay. Not YouTube, Facebook. But, yeah, so... then yesterday I felt all right, but I was starting to get like a sore throat, stuffy nose, congestion. And then today, no sore throat or anything, but I still got some congestion in my nose. So I went and took a COVID test. Just kidding. You guys know me. I didn't go take it. Why would I do something like that? Why would I do something crazy like that? No, I just proceed with life as usual. Picture is Hank in the Gincher. Flor, hola, Flor. ¿Cómo estás usted? Dean Melkin, what's up, Dean? What's up, Broski Bear? Got your 6. Hola. Everybody's coming in awesome. What's up, Lady Seesaw, Senora Seesaw tonight? D. Milkin. I was watching how fast food chains pay buku bucks trying to make their food look perfect in commercials. Idiocracy to spend such on false advertisements. False. Not as good as it looks. Oh, we're going to get into that. I got a fun show tonight, guys. We got final thoughts. It's supposed to be final thoughts, election recap, midterm elections 2022, final thought recap. Unfortunately, they're not over yet. I did just see a message from, I'm not going to say his name unless I see him in chat, but we did just get a message just now saying that the Arizona results are coming in right now, according to, I guess, Charlie Kirk or something. So I'm looking at it right here, but we're getting into all this stuff because the first thing we're going to talk about is midterm, my thoughts, final thoughts on midterms. Then we can move on to something different. But stuffy nose, huh? Josh with the clean hair, nice. I got clean dreads. Election final thoughts, all that, and then we're gonna go through election firsts. We got a lot of firsts, things. First person to ever get elected into under a certain marginalized group. They have to qualify for certain marginalized groups. They get to be a first. And they're just gonna keep making more and more of them, so they can always have somebody be the first. It's not as long as it's not the 900th white Christian man. They don't want that, so it's got to be the first. We got election first. We got the interesting new developments. Now, when I say this, a lot of people are going to be turned off right away, but we're going to talk about Speaker Trump. And I know that is one of the more wild Q prophecies, but some people are bringing it into the forefront, and I got leftist articles writing about how this could be a problem. The Hill, talking about Speaker Trump, also, how the Republican Party is trying to eat itself, and they're looking for somebody to blame for why we didn't get the red wave as expected, so they're turning on Trump, and then memes. We'll do rapid fire news if somebody is willing to host. If Robbie wants to host a short battle of the minds or a long one, I don't care, for an hour. I don't have a whole lot of show here tonight. The election stuff is getting stale, and really that's still what we're talking about because they're not over yet, because America doesn't know how to count. We're getting laughed at. I don't like to say America is the laughing stock of the world because all the countries that are laughing at us are way worse. Like, they don't even hold a candle. It's like, yeah, you could pick on these little things you don't like about America, but you're still trying to get here. So, yeah, we're not the laughing stock of the world, but we are being laughed at by the world. And so, elections. Let's play a song while everybody rolls in. Actually, yeah, let's just play this song. Actually, should we play the song? We got a lot of people already in here, so maybe I'll skip the song. We'll play the song as like an intermission thing into the second segment because it's a high res song. I have been hit with copyrights from him before. Arizona updates now. Yeah, I got it pulled up right here. Frozen One's the one who said it. So let's just go into the show. Let me just flip over here. We'll skip that. We'll play the song as the intermission for the show. It's a good song. Ray Report, sponsored by The Rest of the World is Jealous to this day. All right. So, election results. First, we got to talk about the disasters. But right now, let's skip Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, I feel like, is the biggest disaster. But at the same time, maybe not, because I think it was expectable. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. But Arizona, Frozen Ones, I said your wrong name. Well, I didn't really dox you because that's not like your real name. But None Your Business said Kari Lake is down 29K in Pima County. He said the updates are coming in. So this is supposed to be done by now. This is the whole point of the Americans can't count in the thumbnail. Like, I got people in other countries, New Zealand, Guatemala, Argentina, Great Britain. Where else? I got people in my comments on the YouTube. Maybe they don't show up in the chat. We got people we're heard by everybody and their mama. all over the world. So I got people messaging me saying, what's wrong with America? Why can't you guys count some dang votes? And I know. I know. I don't know. That's above my pay grade, my friend. That's above my pay grade. I could conjecture, or I could throw out some guesses of why it is the way it is, but I would get taken down on YouTube because we're not allowed to talk about these things. It's the Lord Voldemort of YouTube. So Arizona's still not done counting. We'll look. We got articles. We'll look at Florida, how they counted 7.5 million votes in 5 hours. All this stuff you guys have heard. We're just doing the recap to this day. Arizona should be decided tonight. It should be decided tonight. All right, we'll keep our eye on it throughout the show. But what I'm seeing right now, see, they're still not done with the Senate. He's got the check. Mark Kelly's got the check. All right. The House, we got a few counties still waiting. Governor. So on here, it's still saying 50.6, 49.4. She's 1.2 behind. But I don't even like. I don't even really know if I care that much. Carrie Lake was an Obama supporter. Like, so yeah, Arizona. Arizona can't count. They don't know how to count in that state. I got a clip. Let's play the clip. We'll watch the live updates as they come in. Let's watch a Carrie Lake clip. This was our girl. This is the problem. This is why the Republican Party is falling. I think that's going to be the whole focus of this whole first segment for the first hour, because I'm going to just keep showing you examples.
We're so ready for fair elections, aren't
this is our girl.
And yet I know, like many of you, and especially me, I'm worried about tomorrow.
I agree.
I'm worried about tomorrow. And these bastards back there don't want us talking about stolen elections.
I didn't say it. She said it. I respect it. But the thing is,
it doesn't matter what they attempt tomorrow, because we're going to show up.
You know this is a misogynistic patriarchy over here in this kingdom. The thing is, we need a badass dude standing there in that split. Not this little 4 foot nothing pixiekin. And I don't want to like attack her for her looks, but you gotta like, our party is weak. Now look at this cuck insulting her. I mean, I'm kind of insulting her too, but I should be nice. I'm so tired of. We're propping up these. Like, I was never impressed by Carrie Lake. I don't know. She sounds like Sharon Stone in Casino. Karen the Cougar. Now, didn't she win Maricopa? I disagree. She's Trump in heels. But that's just whack. There should be no Trump in heels. That's not a real thing. That's dumb. Trump in heels. Oh, know your business. Come on, man. Come on, man. There's no such thing as a Trump in heels.
And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots. The system we have right now does not work. When we win, and I think
you guys know there's no such thing as a conservative woman, right? You know that, right? Real None Your Business.
And we will get to work turning this around. No more incompetency and no more corruption in Arizona elections.
Because a real conservative woman wouldn't agree with that women should be able to vote. She wouldn't agree with that amendment because it's whack. And she wouldn't know about politics. She'd be too busy raising kids to be paying attention to politics. There's no such thing as a Trump in heels. You guys can't even hear the clip. Nobody's told me in chat. Oh my God. I'm slacking tonight, guys.
And especially me, I'm worried about tomorrow. Who's worried about tomorrow?
Nobody. Your volume for Robbie
And
just
these
told me.
bastards
All right,
back
it's
there
a little
don't want
late.
us
My
talking
bad. I'm
about
gonna play this
stolen
clip again.
elections.
Beta audio on Carrie. There you guys go. Now
Well,
you're
it
coming
doesn't
through with.
matter what they attempt
It's
tomorrow
delayed.
because we're going to show up like our lives depend on it. And there's not a darn
okay with
thing that
women
Katie
voting.
Hobbs can screw up tomorrow.
I mean, the way
to
the
make
world is
our
now, they
win
have to
any
vote.
less significant because we're
I'm
going
not
to win
saying
tomorrow.
women shouldn't vote.
We're going to vote tomorrow.
I'm just saying that should have never happened.
And we are going to take Arizona back.
Nah, all right. The chat's bit black. Like, sorry.
Because if I lose to a woman who
We'll play the clip again.
debate me, I better say the election was rigged because that would mean I'm a really terrible.
She'd be breastfeeding during the day and cooking dinner at night.
No,
she wouldn't. Her husband would be doing all that, Broski Bear. Same as Candace Owens' husband. Same as AOC's husband.
Of elections being run like we're in some banana republic.
In any case, it's going to be resolved tonight. We're going to watch it. I hope she wins. I hope she wins. But she was an Obama supporter. She was part of the media, and I know I've heard that that's from some people that's a good thing. They like that.
And it's really sad to hear that we have the Republican nominee for governor here in Arizona who's talking like that.
I do respect that she's standing up for elections, but you're right. She is just a mouthpiece for Trump.
That doesn't happen magically.
But
it happens because of the people.
Is she going to win?
All the people here in Maricopa County.
She's a mini Trump.
Who are working
is that hotter?
So hard.
She's a puppet. She's a Trump puppet. I like that.
Don't let those cheaters and crooks think anything different. And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots. The system we have.
But I don't.
Right
but see,
now
and that's one thing I don't like about
when
Trump.
Win,
that's one thing I disagree with about Trump.
Hours.
He's all with that. He's all for that.
Will be within hours. We will declare victory. And we will get to work turning this around. No more incompetency and no more corruption in Arizona elections.
People flip. I'm glad she
after a whole day of Carrie Lake and the whole online MAGA universe promoting conspiracy
this is
about ballot counting machines in Maricopa County.
What's her name?
Maricopa County.
I can't stand this lady, Rachel Maddow.
Maricopa County,
but Rachel Maddow jokingly just said she's a Trumplican.
We're so ready for fair.
That's true. That's true. I agree. Anyway, so Arizona's a mess. We apparently the results are coming in right now, so we'll keep an eye on that. I'll keep that open. We had Carrie Lake versus Katie Hobbs. Katie Hobbs didn't even debate, and Carrie Lake was the standout for the Republican Party. Again, I think this is the whole core issue. But you know, we didn't think. Oh man. There's so many. I got a lot. My mind's not composed on this because there's so many different ways I can go. Let's just follow the clips the way I got them laid out. So they're talking about technology issues in Arizona. New Jersey and Texas are not proof of a rigged election. This is the Austin American Statesman. Of course, they're going to be against it. Instagram post glitches with voting in Arizona, New Jersey, and Texas are proof the election is rigged. False. This is like a PolitiFact thing, a fact check. False. Here's why. Conspiracy theories about the midterm elections proliferated on election day, and an Instagram post added to the chorus by claiming that technology issues related to voting in several states were proof that the voting process was rigged. The November 8th Instagram post featured what appears to be a screenshot of social. So this is just a fact check on basically a post somebody said, you know, so they're already pouring out with the fact checks, and Carrie Lake is saying there was election meddling. I was talking about the meadow. She did a woman. She probably smokes cools. I don't know. But yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff going on. I got to be careful. And you see all the articles are going to come out. They're all conspiracy theories. We're going to see this a lot. Conspiracy theories. I heard conspiracy theory is a term made up by the CIA to not disprove. What am I trying to say? Discredit people who were talking about JFK assassination. So the CIA came out with conspiracy theorists. They made that up. Another one of them words. They control us with words. This is how they control the mindless NPCs. But So yeah, Kari Lake's calling them out, of course, but they're denying it. How do you deny it? How do you deny it? Like, we saw problems in certain Pacific. What? I'm black. We saw problems in certain specific states, in Florida, in Georgia, in, man, my mind is, I think it may be the little bug that I got. I'm like congested, like my brain's not working the right speed. That's a true story, Josh. Discredit. Yes, Sal. Yes, Senora Sal. So, the same places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, where we saw problems last time, we're seeing a lot of similar problems. And if you try to call this out, you're shut down everywhere. You're called a conspiracy theorist. And this is, oh yeah, I didn't even talk about in the beginning, the last segment of the show, we're going to talk about mind control. And that's like the main theme of this show is two things. It's the failure of the Republican Party. Everybody's looking for somebody to blame. I'm going to blame us. I'm going to take some accountability here. I voted, but the major failures of the Republican Party and mass mind control, and they kind of tie together because we're being mass mind controlled too. And I'm watching it happen in live time. It's amazing. I've only been into politics and stuff, guys, for like 4 years. So, and it's interesting because, you learn about these things as they happen, and then you look into history and you learn about that. And I saw Sav Hernandez say on her show the other day, she said what she does is she's learning. She's researching stuff. She's hearing things. She's researching into them. And then she does a show where she verbalizes what she's learning. And I was like, dang, that's the same thing. I love that girl. Sav Hernandez. Sav says, if you don't know, you better call somebody. But I'm seeing these problems, and we're looking for. Oh, I knocked the hot sauce over. This is the hot sauce, guys. This is the hot sauce. Robbie Brown, purchaser of the first hot sauce bottle, in the chat. Fafo fam. Robbie Brown, first purchaser of a bottle of green garlic verde jalapeno with some big Bertha peppers. Robbie Brown, the first purchaser of this, along with other flavors. Dean Melkin hasn't technically purchased it, but he got him some bottles set aside. And my mama got some bottles. So, we moving bottles out here. We moving work. Smash the like button. We are sponsored by viewers like you. All right, so Arizona, Kari Lake, disaster. Hopefully we'll get the results in tonight. She's calling them out. You can't talk about it. You get shut down. Let's move on to Pennsylvania. The most. I don't know. It's a toss up between Arizona and Pennsylvania. And I don't know if Georgia is that egregious because we're not done with Georgia yet. But let's go to the articles. Democrat John Fetterman beats Trump-backed Oz in Pennsylvania state Senate race. Now, see, just the way that they format the headline, they have to put Trump-backed Oz. You can't just say, and he was Trump-backed. And I have a theory on this that I'm going to get to in a second. But Democrat, they have to make sure he was Trump-backed. Democrat John Fetterman. They don't say Caesar victim John Fetterman beats Trump-backed Dr. Oz in Pennsylvania state Senate race. It happened. It is a thing. It happened. At least they counted their votes fairly quickly. I'll give them a round of applause for that. When you got the system set up to work exactly the way you want it to work and the wheels are well greased, everything works right. So Pennsylvania really showing us how that works. Florida also showing us how that works. Now, it could be argued maybe they're both using the same messed up tactics, but I would disagree. I would say that Florida is on the up and up. Pennsylvania, not so much. John Fetterman, who had a stroke right before the primaries and didn't tell anybody, and then he got elected somehow. Wears a Carhartt hoodie. I saw this meme a long time ago. It was like of a bunch of liberal kids in college wearing Carhartt hoodies and Carhartt hats, and it was like, "Where's Carhartt things?" Or let's say, "Where's Carhartt gear? Doesn't do Carhartt things." And then it showed like some like mountain climber in Carhartt gear. What's up, Gibson, with the 199 super chat? 199. That's what's up. I can't read it until it scrolls down. Hold on, I can go over here and read it. Where is it? I got so many windows open. Stroke victim, but he is alive. What's up, OG Posse? Said Gibson Wilkinson. Gibson. He got 2 different ears. He's got a giant extra head growing out of his neck. He looked like them Siamese twins girls. Yeah, and guys, also, Gibson with the super chat. Hit the like button. You know? Hit the like. What's up, RB? Hello. Hola. Fetterman, an orc from Lord of the Rings, said Broski Bear. Yeah, so this guy had a stroke. Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman is headed to the U.S. Senate following a campaign full of personal health debates and a fight for control of one of the nation's battleground states. He defeated Trump-endorsed celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz. The Senate seat was vacated by retiring GOP Senate Pat Toomey, creating the first open Senate seat in Pennsylvania in a dozen years. Fetterman's victory helps the Democrats as they look to secure bigger margins on Capitol Hill. Currently, Democrats hold a narrow majority in the House, and the Senate is split at 50-50 with Vice President Harris holding a tie-breaking vote. Let's watch our Fetterman clip. I got a clip of Fetterman. Let's check it out.
What qualifies you to be a U.S. Senator? You have 60 seconds.
Hi. Good night, everybody. I'm running to serve Pennsylvania. He's running to use Pennsylvania. And let's also talk about the elephant in the room. I had a stroke. He's never let me forget that.
You did.
And I might miss some words during this debate, mush 2 words together, but it knocked me down, but I'm going to keep coming back up.
I'm running for the U.S. Senate.
I like it,
Washington
guys. I'm
keeps getting
hot
it
take.
wrong with extreme
I think he's a
positions.
cool guy.
John Fetterman takes
I think he's a
everything to
Democrat
an extreme,
puppet
and those
for
extreme
some much
positions
bigger
hurt us
handlers
all.
that
What we have to do
he can't even
is
comprehend.
ensure that we don't
And he's
have
just
increased inflation,
you know,
and the best way to do that is reduce gas prices.
might be
John
cool to,
Fetterman
like, hang
has
out
gone
with.
after the energy industry, called it a stain on Pennsylvania.
Good
He
night.
has never met an
Where you going, RB?
an oil company that he doesn't swipe
Didn't
right
you read?
about. If you believe that the choice of your reproductive freedom belongs with Dr. Oz, then you have a choice. But if you believe that the choice for abortion belongs
RB is a great guy.
and your
Please make him
doctor,
feel welcome.
that's what I
JS
fight
chat
for.
game.
Will
Oh,
you
that's
pledge tonight
okay. That's
to
your friend
release
number
those
1. All right, what's up,
in the
RB?
interest
He
of
said, good night.
transparency?
Hey,
To me,
bro,
for
hope you are
transparency
doing
is
well.
about
Oh, I didn't
showing
see
up.
that.
I'm here today to
You
have
too,
a
my
debate.
friend.
He keeps talking about Bernie Sanders. You know, 3 years ago, he was on his show, and he hugged him, and he said, I love this guy. You know what? Why don't you pretend that you live in Vermont instead of Pennsylvania and run against
Gibson
Bernie
with the
Sanders?
$9 super chat. This is not my audio. This is the.
I strongly support
it cuts out when
fracking,
lady asks
drilling, the piping of that natural gas.
I do
Support
support
JS.
fracking.
He's a new OG.
and
Like and share. Thank you, Gibson.
I
appreciate that.
I support fracking, and I stand and I do support fracking. It was successful about pushing back against gun violence and being the community more safe. You know, all he's done is just put a plan up on his website.
Hola, RB. Sorry, I didn't know who you were at first.
2 years ago. And
Now
we
know
had
you are
our
a friend of a
slogan.
friend.
It's on every
Welcome.
one of those signs right now. Every county, every vote.
Now look at the passion behind this guy. This guy's got a little bit of a following. I'm not a fan. I'm not saying I'm a fan.
And that's exactly what happened. We jammed
Fetterwoman.
them up.
Fetterwoman is the battle of the Jays here. Oz creepy as hell too.
We held the line.
Right. And I got my
I
take on
never
that.
expected that we were going
in
to
a
turn
second.
these red counties blue, but we did what we needed to do, and we had that conversation across every one of those counties. And tonight, that's why
He's light on crime,
I'll be the next U.S. Senator from
cracking the people more like.
Inflation is, and should the Biden administration be doing more?
No, I just do. I think that simply is also we have this.
Oh, the audio cut out?
tax cuts to the corporate tax structure as well. True, trillions of dollars that have added to the deficit, and now they still want to support those as well.
60
True.
seconds.
Hi, good night, everybody. I'm running to serve Pennsylvania.
Hi, good night, everybody.
What qualifies you?
All right, that's that. Fetterman. So I think he's probably a cool guy to hang out with. And maybe that's why he got votes. But I think he's a puppet. I think they're picking. Oh man, they're picking the marginalized people because you can't pick on them. We've talked about this in other shows that people who are mentally unstable because they're not going to put up much of a resistance to their handlers, to their puppeteers. And they're just going to sign the papers. Just sign what we put in front of you, John Fetterman, and look like a cool guy. Wear some Carhartt hoodies and look like a cool guy. Now, Dr. Oz, I was not a fan of. And again, this is always my critique on Trump. He backs and he supports people who I often don't like, and I don't think they're good choices because he's not as hardcore conservative as me. But what was I about to say? Oh, Oz, for 10 years throughout his career, he was openly pro. He had like a young kid on his show and was going through gender change. And Dr. Oz was talking about that and clapping for him. And the audience was, and he's like, yeah, we need to affirm these changes and blah, blah, blah. He's been anti-gun. He's been, there was another one. He's been pro everything I don't like. And then all of a sudden Trump supports him and now he's a Republican. So here's my theory. Oz was a bad candidate for the hardcore right, but for the moderate right, for the women who watched Oprah every day, like my mom, they like the Dr. Oz's. They like the Dr. Phil's. And Oz should have been a great choice for the left as well, because throughout his career, he openly and publicly supported what they support. So he should have been a shoo-in, guaranteed win. On top of that, the fact that it's the most, and Trump, by putting in a high-profile candidate like this, who he was running against a stroke victim who, can't really put together a sentence well. I'm not saying that, he can't help it. Fetterman was not worthy for that position. He's not up for that position physically, mentally. So Oz should have been a shoo-in, right? Even though I don't like it, it should have been. And Fetterman won. What does that tell you? What that tells me is that, and I think Trump knew this. I think Trump knows this. It tells me that no matter who they put up to run against who, it didn't matter who was up in that race. It could have been dang old Obama on the Republican side versus, I don't know. I can't think of anything more fantastic than what happened. A stroke victim versus a Hollywood celebrity doctor. Like there should have been no contest, and Fetterman still won. I think that tells us something. I think that tells us either. It doesn't have to be the F word. It doesn't have to be the FR. I gotta speak in euphemisms because we're on YouTube and there's like children algorithms listening. I gotta spell out. There was no FAR. I can't spell. Man, my equilibrium's off. I can't even spell right now. FRAUD. There didn't even have to be that. It's just that the system is so corrupt that they know they're gonna win. They already know who's going to win. It didn't matter who Trump put up. The red was losing to the blue in Pennsylvania, guaranteed. And I think Trump made sure that was put on display. He's like, I'm going to put this really high profile guy that really nobody in my party likes, but he should be a shoo-in. There's no way he should lose here against who he's going against. And then he loses. And the whole world sees it, and it's like, look, I'm telling you, this place is corrupt. And it is the F word, but it's not like, it doesn't have to be, machines. It doesn't have to be machine. They don't have to hack machines anymore. They've got it such a vast net spread so thin that they just control, and they do this through mass mind control. They control the people's thoughts. Maybe they do actually get those numbers of votes because that's the mind control. And then the people who don't want the blue party to win in Philadelphia, there's not enough of them. And they weren't that passionate about Oz either, So maybe some of them didn't show up. Maybe they're like, whatever, I don't really care about Dr. Oz. I'm not voting for him. So they don't show up. It's a mess. It's all a mess. Let's look at some articles from Pennsylvania and then move on. Time is going faster than it feels like. Yeah, I think I got a bug. But I think it's almost over. Looking at Arizona. Let's refresh. Let's refresh this piece. Arizona governor. Still 1.2 margin from what I'm seeing. Alaska's not even done yet. What is wrong with us? So Alaska's not done yet. Arizona's not done yet as far as governor races. House, we still got House races going on in Colorado, Arizona, and California. Georgia. Let's move on to Georgia. Well, no, I got articles about Fetterman first. I already looked at this. Florida can count 7.5 million ballots in 5 hours. How can it take days for some states to count less than 2 million? That's from Marco Rubio on the Twitter. On the twit. Ron DeSantis has moved Florida from purple to red. This is just how amazing Florida is. Did I play my Fetterman clip? I did. What's the next clip we got? Okay. All right. So, and then Georgia. Georgia, we got a runoff race. I have something about that. What is the runoff election? Yeah, so compared to Florida, Florida's just doing epic. Ron DeSantis. Election day is ending with a lot of crucial races uncalled. And who controls the Senate may remain unknown. This is from Washington Post. For a long time, maybe not even until December, if the Georgia Senate race goes to a runoff. But a few preliminary judgments, December 6th is where the runoff is, are possible. First, Republicans avoided the worst possible defeat. My hunch is that commentary is going to dwell instead, understandably, on the fact that they aren't making the big wins they had increasingly been expecting. But Democrats were trying to retain the House and expand their. But I wasn't expecting to win Pennsylvania, Georgia, or Arizona. You know why? Because they had problems in 2020 and they haven't done much to fix it. Maybe they've done a few things. They say they've done some things, but they haven't done much to fix it. So I wasn't expecting to win those states, regardless of what they tell us about a red wave. And that's the media too. That's the mind control too. They tell us about a red wave to make us lax and people slack on the voting. But Democrats were trying to retain the House and expand their. Of course they want the House. Oh, of course they want the House. We'll find out why shortly. And during the summer, that scenario sometimes looks plausible. But anyway, Ron kept Florida. We don't have to read about that. We know that. Ron beasted out in Florida. And, when we talk about the Trump stuff, I'll just mention it now. The people complaining about the name calling for DeSantis, that's sportsmanship. That's good fun. That's him preemptively attacking who he knows is his number one competitor, and that's what you're supposed to do. So, and also by doing that, I think that helped DeSantis. Not only, I didn't think DeSantis was losing to Charlie Crist, not by any means. Plus, with the fact that he's taken steps to secure our elections, I knew DeSantis was winning without a doubt in my mind. I wasn't even watching that race because it's like, no, Charlie Crist is not beating DeSantis by 20-point margin. That's pretty impressive. And I think Trump might have had something to do with that. Just by putting it on blast that this is the number one guy that I got to look out for by calling him out. And I think a lot of people took that the wrong way because the media told them to take that the wrong way. They're trying to divide us already. The Rinos have been trying to divide us. The Democrats working with the Rinos. They haven't lunched together. Anyway, what is a runoff election? I didn't even really know what it was. I just knew that there was going to be like another election. So NPR, what is a runoff election? Let's break down what's happening in Georgia. The U.S. Senate race in Georgia is heading to a runoff election where Democrat Raphael Warnock will face Republican Herschel Walker for a second time. On top of this race being exceptionally close, Georgia is also one of only 2 U.S. states with a runoff for both primary and general elections. This means that under Georgia election law, if no candidate obtains over 50% of the vote, a runoff is triggered. Oh, okay. And the top 2 candidates will face off again in a new election held 4 weeks after Election Day. Interesting. So 4 weeks, early December, we're going to see a runoff. Nice. That's some content. I appreciate it, Georgia. I appreciate it, Georgia. That's content, Robbie L. Brown. Guys, I like that. Now, I don't think it looks good for you. Well, you have a Republican governor, right? You have Kemp. You got Kemp. So, I want to see Kemp doing some security things like DeSantis did. I want to see if you want my respect as a governor, then you need to model yourself after the best. If I want your respect as a political commentator on YouTube, I need to look at the best who are doing it, and I need to try to not be them, but emulate them and learn from them, right? So these governors in these other states need to be taking notes from our boy Ron. And so if Kemp does things to tighten up the elections, then we wouldn't have to worry so much about a runoff between Warnock and Walker. Walker got 48.52. Warnock got 49.41. So in Georgia, this is an example of where like libertarian candidates and voting for libertarian and independent candidates could actually be beneficial, because if there's only 2 candidates, there had to have been other candidates. Yeah, other candidates. There had to have been more candidates, right? Now, generally, I'm against this. You're throwing away your vote if you're voting for some third party. If you're like all these fence sitters and all these centrists who are like, I don't want to pick a side, so I'm going to vote for the libertarian guy, or I'm going to vote for the independent guy because I don't like what I see from the Democrats, but I don't want to be considered a Republican. So I'm going to pick this independent, or I don't like that, because all you're doing is, in most cases, you're guaranteeing that a Democrat wins. But in Georgia, it's fortunate because of these extra candidates and these people who voted for these other candidates, we get a runoff. So we get more content, guys. Oh, Jamie Catman is kinky. What's chat saying? Let me look at chat. I haven't looked at chat in a minute. Let's blow this up. Hey, we got 20 viewers right now, but only 13 likes? What in the world is that? Midterm chaos. We got beep, and I think I can prove it. I think we can prove it too, Real None Your Business. But I'm not allowed to talk about that. I'm not allowed to talk about it. Josh is on fire. I think my goldfish voted Jay Isley 6 times. What? I would hard pass on a Viper. My neighbor had one and sold it. He a family sprint car mechanic, and his son. Dude, are you talking about Dodge Vipers? Dodge Viper GTS Coupe. I had a model of one of those when I was a kid. I loved that car. I dreamt about that. I loved that car. But are you saying they're not that good? I believe it. What the? Sorry, I hit the like just now. There we go. There, look, I'm watching them climb. We're at 17 and 18. Nice. All right. So, Georgia, we get a runoff. We get more content. Nice. As if like the news was just going to stop happening. So, we get a runoff. Nice. No, thank you. How Georgia's looming runoff election, this from CNN, evokes America's segregationist history. Yo, I didn't even read this article yet. I'm going to read it right now with you guys. Washington, CNN, another year, another Georgia Senate race that's headed to a runoff election. Neither Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock nor his Republican challenger Herschel Walker, a former football star, crossed the 50% threshold necessary to win outright on Tuesday. In consequence, they must battle at the polls on December 6th. But like last year's, I like that. I kind of like that. But like last year's races, the upcoming contest has sparked conversations about the troubling history of the runoff system, which some states began using as the final decades of the 19th century to quash black political power. I knew I liked it. Georgia based. Speaking with CNN, Gerald Griggs, the president of Georgia NAACP, made plain some of his concerns about the state of voting rights ahead of next month's runoff election. In particular, he criticized SB 202, the wide-ranging election law Georgia Republican Governor Brian Kemp signed last year. So Brian Kemp admonished me. Brian Kemp I did hear that Georgia did do stuff, actually. So, but I don't know. I hear from some of my Georgian friends that Kemp isn't all that. I don't know the negatives about Kemp, but I have heard that he did do stuff to tighten up his elections. So, SB 202, little segregational history for propelled after Democrats propelled by black voters triumphed in both the state's U.S. Senate runoff elections. So they're trying to basically say he's a racist. You're trying to quell the black vote. What's this have to do with? Racial justice advocates condemned the law, saying that certain elements of it targeted black voters. Georgia Republicans shrunk the time for runoff campaigns from, we made them have to show up on time. That's racist. And shrunk the time from 9 weeks to 4 weeks. Oh, man, that's racist. You got to show up on time. And voter registration for the runoff ended the day before the election. Oh, you mean you can't be late? Grizz explains. These are attempts to condense the amount of time people have to vote and thwart mobilization, especially mobilization of African American voters. Yo, they got a caddy on 32s. They got mobilization. They can get to the polls. This is race. This article is racist. The fact that they said this is racist. They're saying black people cannot mobilize in time. They can't be on time. 56.8 Lake in Maricopa County. Thank God for shortened runoff. Right. So they can't show up on time. I feel like this. It's like reverse racism. It's like they say things to try to defend black people, but they're being racist in the process when they say black people can't get IDs. It's racist if you require IDs. That's racist that you just said that black people can't get IDs. You know what's racist is thinking that black people can't show up on time and can't mobilize. That's racist. You know, who would say something like that? A racist would say something like that black people can't show up 6 weeks instead of 4 weeks instead of 6 weeks. Man, no political mail yet. What a mess. Anyway, so that's why they're saying the runoffs are racist and they're trying to get rid of them. In this case, there are two black men running against each other. So I don't know, it doesn't make any sense. Whatever. We got an Al Jazeera article. I can't believe, it makes me sad I even have to read this stuff, but I read it. You guys, let's move on to the historical firsts of the midterm elections. Historical first. We got a lot of historical firsts. I got some submitted by viewers. Lord Colin B sent me a historical first article. Let's look at this list from Al Jazeera. Allow all. All right. As diverse communities expand political participation in the United States, election cycles are increasingly seeing many historic firsts along ethnic and gender and generational lines of public office. The trend continued in the 2022 midterms elections, which is set to produce one of the most diverse political classes in the U.S. congressional history. Diverse, that's one of them Marxist buzzwords, guys. Always ding, ding, ding. I need a soundboard. I want to get one of them soundboards that I can program sounds onto. And then whenever I say a Marxist buzzword, I want to play like a clip of like Lenin or Stalin or Marx or Engels saying something. I don't know what. It's just an idea in the head, guys. So just ding, ding, ding. Marxist buzzword. Several states elected their first women to the U.S. House Senate. Nice. Women's rights. Senate and governor's mansions. The first Generation Z politician was elected to Congress. Republicans nominated a record number of non-white candidates. Awesome. There were also many notable results at the state and local levels. Let's take a look at some of them. Maxwell Frost, we'll skip this because I have a whole article about him. He is from Florida. He's Gen Z and he black. Becca Balint, first woman LGBTQ person elected to Congress in Vermont. Ooh, nice. She's a Labutukoka. A Labutukoka. Summer Lee, first black woman elected to Congress in Pennsylvania. Nice. Congratulations on being the first black woman. Maybe not the first black man, but she's the first black woman. She fits in 2 of the categories, guys. 2 of them marginalized categories. First black woman. All right. Maura Healey, first female governor. She only got 1 marginalization point for being a woman. She only gets 1. Oh, and she's a lesbian. But they didn't put that in the thing. And she's a lesbian. So she gets 2 points. 2 oppression points. Nice. That's a shoo-in. Wes Moore is the first black governor of Maryland. Is he gay? Is he gay, though? Yeah, but black is a lot. You get a lot of points for that. You get a lot of points for being the first black man. Katie Britt, first female senator from Alabama. She's just a woman. Not that special. The gay woman was better. Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I've heard that name before. She's popular, huh? First female governor of Arkansas who served as press secretary in Trump's White House. She was the press secretary. Okay. First female governor of Arkansas. Arkansas is coming in late with the female governors. Lesbian. Touchdown. She black. Wow, congratulations. Sarah Huckabee Sanders was a press conference secretary lady, and she's now the governor of Arkansas. That's cool. And she's a woman. I don't know why that's important, but well, it is. I think that being the first woman is important, but not because of why she thinks it's important, in my mind. Other notable firsts, in the northeastern state of Connecticut, Democrat Stephanie Thomas will become the black woman to serve Secretary of State. They left out a word there. Al Jazeera, you're slacking. Where's your editors at? The first black woman to serve Secretary of State, Democrat Andrea Campbell, Massachusetts' first black female attorney general, first Indian Congress member, first Arab to serve in the Midwestern states legislature. Zuya Muhammad is the first of Somali descent. This guy was a pirate in a former life. He was the youngest. Oh, it's a she. Youngest woman. So wait, 25-year-old woman Somalian is on Senate in Minnesota. Oh, man. Ruha Rahman, Palestinian American. We got Nabilah Islam is the first Muslim woman in Georgia. Nice. Good job, Georgia. Wasn't I just congratulating you? All right. Let's look at some of these in a little closer up. We got first Generation Z candidate, Democrat Maxwell Frost, wins Florida U.S. House seat. I mean, Florida can't get it all right. Of course, he's from Orlando. Democrat Maxwell Alejandro has defeated Republican Calvin Wimbish. I wouldn't vote for somebody named Calvin Wimbish either. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. Making him the first member of Generation Z to win a seat in Congress. I messaged him. I'm calling him Smash. Spike, creepy indeed. She was a badass. Go Hogs. Oh, the Sarah Huckabee Sanders? Yeah, I know that name. Frost, a 25-year-old gun reform and social justice activist, ran in a heavily blue Orlando area district being relinquished by Democrat Representative Val Demings, who challenged Republican Senator Marco Rubio this year. Marco Rubio's in Florida. Frost is a former March for Our Lives organizer. Oh, this guy's a mess. And look at him. He's probably gay, too. And that's not an offensive thing, YouTube. I didn't mean that pejoratively. I'm sure he's probably the first Gen Z, black, LGBTQ. Wimbish was a former Army Green Beret. Oh, he's 72. He's 72. He's kind of aging out. That takes some points from Wimbish. Plus, his name is Wimbish. But he was a former Army Green Beret who called himself a Christian conservative constitutionalist. I take back everything I said about Wimbish. I bet you Wimbish was based. But Orlando. They don't want that. They're ran by Disney. They don't want none of that mess. They don't want a Christian conservative constitutionalist. 72 is not that old if you're a spry 72 like Trump, for example. So I take back what I said about Wimbish. I said mean things about his name. He should have destroyed this guy. But unfortunately, it's a black Gen Z, probably LGBTQ what's it called? Adjacent. Maybe he doesn't identify as gay, but he might be LGBTQ adjacent. Maxwell sounds like a Marvel Comics villain. You know who else was named Maxwell? Ghislaine. That girl Ghislaine. Where's that list at? We still don't have that list, by the way. Ghislaine Maxwell. First openly trans. This is from Lord Colin B. This isn't the article you sent me. I went and found a different one just so we could read it. First openly trans and non-binary candidates elected to Montana legislature. What are you doing, Lord Colin B? You got to rival the troops. Oh, it's in Missoula. Missoula. Okay, well, that's like your liberal area. I bet Billings is pretty liberal, too. You got a lot of Native Americans in Billings. I bet they vote blue. Missoula voters elected, and Bozeman also is probably blue. Missoula voters elected the first openly, maybe not Bozeman, transgender and non-binary candidates to the Montana legislature. This is from KTVH, Helena, Montana, by the way, YouTube. House District 95 will be represented by non-binary Democrat S.J., not to be confused with J.S., Howell, in the upcoming legislative session. House District 100 will be represented by Democrat Zoe Zephyr. Oh, my God. You know that's a fake name. You know if your name is Zoe Zephyr, you're definitely a transgender woman. And that's just a fact. Like, because, look, it says it right here. A Democrat, Zoe Zephyr. A transgender woman. Who votes for these people? Who votes for these people? Helena. Bozeman sus too? Yeah. Yeah, I believe that. God has that list, though. Damn, he was sleeping good. Leave Butch alone. If he wants to be here, he would be. He taking a nap. Yo, wait. So which one is it? Is this one? It's definitely this one. Why do I even have to ask? Just look for the Adam's apple. It's protruding at this point right here. You can easily tell which one. Oh, that's his mama. That's his mama. Representative-elect Zoe Zephyr. I gotta talk like I would assume they talk. As I was getting off the plane last night, a steward had asked what I was excited about. I told her I'd won my election. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I can't do this to you. That's probably... I told... That's the first trans woman elected in Montana. Very few people vote for these people. The rest... I agree, RB, but I can't read that on YouTube. I'm not allowed to. We're losing views. YouTube's hitting us up, guys. YouTube's tearing us up right now. We're losing views, or I'm just getting boring. Maybe I'm spending too much. Wow, we're almost an hour in, and I'm still on this election stuff. Let's get through it. I got to get through this. All right, so we'll talk about Trump. Trump's gift to Democrats. So this is The Intelligencer. This is a leftist media outlet, and it's mirroring what I'm hearing from the right. Also, voters' anger at the overturning of Roe v. Wade and their desire to preserve free and fair elections were perhaps the two most important reasons Tuesday night turned into an unusual midterm election. And at every turn, Donald Trump helped make his adversary's case that democracy really was on the ballot. Bro, he was saying that for different reasons. We both agree that the elections are on the ballot. The Democrats think that election security is in trouble because of white nationalists who took over the Capitol on January 6th are just destroying our election integrity. And they keep questioning things like Dominion ballot boxes and mail-in ballots and ballot harvesting. And the fact that we question these things, this is undermining our democracy. What a mess. You are not boring. Oh, yeah, bud. Thanks for reading my before comment. Oh, the Trump going up. So, yeah, they're coming after him. Oh, hold on. But let's just look at this clip. This is for the midterms. Before we move on, let's just take some examples of what we're seeing happen.
Sure, as a matter of fact, we're going to go to
I'm not saying
Jeff, capturing a very clear spike.
Let's take a look
at it. Jeff, let's go to you. We've got the ability to show it on screen. Here we go.
Okay. Wow. Look at this, everybody.
Oh, wow. That's our boy Mike.
Time crime, our
Get yourself a pillow.
Our first one
if you don't have a pillow.
They are caught. Look at this, everybody. This is exciting for the whole country and world. This is right. I want to screenshot.
Now, you can see that there is also a large jump here. So what we want to do, we want to see if there's anywhere else similar size jumps happen. This is almost a full point, right? And this happened in a 3-minute window. In 3 minutes, they jumped up a full point. Now, there's a big jump here, but when you see the big jump, now this just means in this period they were counting more ballots, because you also see a big jump for Warnock here. You see Warnock get about, probably a quarter of a point, and then we see Walker get about a half of a point. So really, that's only quarter point difference in their jumps there. Here, we see they finally tie it up. Of course, they're about to talk about this. But when they finally tie it up, this is a huge 1-point jump, while Walker goes up, 0.2, maybe. This is insane. So they caught this live.
Of that. This will go down in history. Here it is on
Pillows,
Frank's speech on the real-time crime
incursion
desk. Look at that spike, everybody. And Jeff, I want you to explain it. Whose race this is. And then when it took over,
I just want to display
they were
some election
overriding
security.
The algorithms, it looked like.
We
and
have
then
the
what
safest
happened?
and fairest
Give us your
elections here in
analysis
America.
here.
Well, what happened is
where we're a week out and we still haven't been able to count all the ballots. We have the safest and fairest elections ever here in America. God bless America.
Seeing in a lot of places, whereas the Democrat breaks out to an early lead, but we see that probably because that's where that's where most of the cheating is taking place right there at the beginning.
Ooh,
I don't like what happened with Kerry Lake again. I bring that
now
up.
This was on.
So you
I
see
recorded this
that
from
in
Rumble.
red.
He just said
Herschel Walker kept coming back, closing the gap as we started to get.
We're gonna be pushing some buttons, by the way, tonight, guys. We gotta be
at the
moment, P's and Q's.
Nearly the moment when they were even. They were essentially even. There's 2 dots here. You can't tell the difference. Suddenly, there is an update.
Look, the audio was cutting out when I was recording it. They didn't even want me to record this.
117,000 votes for Warnock and 6,000 votes for Herschel Walker. So about 117,000 to 600. There you go. That's
these are like. Does anybody know any voter fraud people that they can hook me up with?
Another keyword.
All of these people.
I denounce. I disavow that word. We don't use that F word around here. This is just something I found off Twitter.
People. Congratulations. We changed your address to my address. Who knows who to call for this? This is like some federal agent needs to get involved. Garbage.
Tyler Jameson out of Arizona. And Tyler, can you explain to us what you have in your hand and exactly
so this guy
what the situation
had a bunch of ballots
just end up. What happened?
Yeah, so I have 6 individual address changes for individuals that I don't know going to my address. So right now I have my house on the market. It's for sale. It's
Talk
vacant.
about it. Just be careful.
I go and check on it
yes,
every once in a while. I checked 4 days ago, the 28th, and I found all of these in there. I have contacted some officials. I'm waiting for their response to see what the best method to proceed is. It's very alarming.
So
sweet mullet for real.
And you just happen to be picking.
His house is on the
market.
market.
How often do you check the mail at your house?
Remember when the Kings of all were mostly peaceful riot against, and then they were not king anymore? We need to go back to that. Facts, RB.
I check every once in a while.
Hey, I'm
maybe
with.
Twice a week.
I'm with a Christian monarchy. I'm with that 100%. And if you get a king in there, and he's not handling his business correctly,
this is the first one, and we caught it quickly. But
the people rise up and they take care of it.
We're looking at these.
His mullet level is over 9,000.
Address change forms or yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they're.
So that's enough of that.
As we were looking at them.
But what they talk about is that they all the last names of them are all the same letter. So what they assume and what they guess is like they're going through an alphabet and they're sending these ballots And this is just what they're anyway. They're just going through the alphabet, and they got a bunch of names of people, and they're sending these ballots to dead addresses. And maybe, I don't know, is somebody going there and picking them up? What are they doing with them? And I think we need to totally get rid of mail-in ballots. I think it is a problem, and it leads to bigger problems. If we just got rid of it, no mail-in ballots. No, and then they're going to say it's racist. They're going to say it hurts the climate if we make voting on one day. It's racist, and it hurts the climate if we say you get one day to vote. Be there or be square. Then that's step one. If we want our republic back, we need to limit voting. Voting needs to be much stricter if we want a republic. But now we have a democracy, apparently. We actually have we have like a almost communist socialist democracy. Anyway, let's move on to Trump. We talked about the elections first. Republican Party is blaming Trump for lack of red wave, turning on him. But what if he becomes Speaker of House? What if he becomes the Speaker of the House? And I know this was a QAnon thing. And it was like, it's a far-fetched idea. Never going to happen. But people are talking about it. So let's first look at how they're angry. They're angry at him. Oh, well, we already read that from the Intelligencer. Now let's look at another article. And usually Independent is more centrist, sometimes even right-leaning. But again, we see even a right-leaning publication. Trump News Live. Trump makes new argument about Mar-a-Lago. Oh, wait. Oh, I hate when they do this. When I save a page, but they do live updates. So what I saved, this is not what I saved. That sucks. But anyway, it was the Independent, which is usually pro-Trump, talking crap on Trump. But this is a far left publication. This is The Hill. And this is an article from September 21st. House Speaker Trump, it's not as far-fetched as you think. This is the left talking about this. In a political era that often feels closer to the Twilight Zone than the West Wing, consider this possibility. Speaker of the House Donald Trump. While it may not be the likeliest scenario to result from the 2022 midterms, there is a narrow path through which the former president could well become the next speaker. Imagine, if you will, that Republicans win the House majority in November, but by fewer than the 60 seats once predicted by the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. With Republicans falling well short of their red wave aspirations, the blame game begins. The punditry focuses on Trump's... Now, this was written a month ago, guys. This was written in September. And it sounds like prophecy right now, because Kevin McCarthy and start talking about this again. And they sure are playing the blame game and pointing at Trump. That sure is happening. Falling well short of their red wave aspirations, blame game begins. The punditry focuses on Trump's lingering presence for alienating swing voters from the GOP. Exactly what we're seeing happen right now. Trump, not exactly known for his magnanimity, magnanimity. I don't know that word. Quickly shifts blame onto McCarthy, whom he has previously criticized behind closed doors. Rank-and-file House Republicans desert McCarthy in the GOP leadership election, fearing the wrath and electoral pain of going against Trump. The election is thrown wide open. Maybe the party rallies behind a more devout Trump acolyte, such as Representative Jim Jordan. I love Jim Jordan. He'll be president one day. Or perhaps Trump sees an opportunity in one swoop. He can throw a wrinkle into the ongoing investigation swirling around him, dominate the media headlines for the foreseeable future, and ensure the impeachment of President Biden. That's what the plan is. So we're about to play you a clip to show what Rankin is talking about is the plan. Basically, the plan is they can't ban him on C-SPAN if he becomes Speaker of the House for only 2.5 weeks, not full term. Just 2.5 weeks. They just want him in there for 2.5 weeks so that he can stand there and run his mouth all day, on national television, broadcast to the world, where it can't be censored. They're not going to censor it, and he can say everything he needs to say. And this is The Hill writing about this a month ago. Now, I'm going to play you a clip from a couple days ago from Millie
And
Weaver.
Ivan, you've been telling me a little bit about what the potentialities are if the Republicans take the House or even the House and the Senate. What do you think it looks like we're going to see happen?
I'm going to play this. I hope that the stream doesn't get ended, but I have to go run the
we secure the Republican
Listen to this, though.
Which it seems as though that's the case because Kevin McCarthy has already put out there that, you know, the Republicans are going to win the majority in the House. Steve Scalise has echoed that yesterday as well. So over the last 2 years, the leadership of the current Republican majority or incoming majority has expressed that they're going to win. But what they don't understand is that the popularity and the interest of the grassroots movement nationally, which just showed an overwhelming level of support for President Trump, actually is demanding that he become the Speaker of the House. Now, it's not for the entire duration of the 2-year cycle in preparation for the 2024 presidential campaign season. It's singularly focused on essentially a 2.5-week blitz effort to use that as a venue to then showcase to the entire country that under the TDS spell, the Trump derangement syndrome spell, and that includes a good portion of the Republican political elite and establishment, as well as many of those on the left. We need to, uncensored on C-SPAN 1, 2, and 3, showcase to the entire country of how the entire political class and mainstream media and big tech censorship manipulated and lied to the American public, where they basically are then they move from hating Orange Man bad to hating the mainstream media even 2014, 2016.
All right, let's make sure Millennial Millie's not taking us down. Shout out Millennial Millie.
Did not want Trump to be the president. He ended up winning because of the popular
She worked with
support.
InfoWars. She had a fallout with
And that has
InfoWars.
never stopped since the time he was nominated and became the
She
president.
bad. She bad.
Forces within the senior leadership
Don't play
of the
with Millennial Millie.
have not stopped trying to push him out of the political ecosystem. And I'm talking about names, right?
So he was just talking about what I've been saying. All these rhinos, they've hated Trump from the beginning, and now we failed at midterms. We failed, or there was a little bit of this for my audio only viewers, which I'm not on a podcast streaming things, but I'm doing with my fingers as if I'm like meddling my fingers. Or that's called twiddling, huh? Twiddling. I thought it was called meddling. I'm meddling my fingers. Their heads will explode. Yes, they will flip out. But we got these people. We got these Ted Cruzes. We got these what's the eye patch guy? Dan Crenshaw sending all the money to Ukraine, going along with the same thing the Democrats go along with. The Never Trump media outlet, the big conservative media outlet, Daily Wire, already going after Trump. Candace Owens going after Trump about an interview that happened months ago. Now she comes out and says, because everybody's jumping on this hate Trump bandwagon, Candace Owens comes out and said, he was rude to me in our interview, and I didn't like that, and blah, 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 blah. Whatever, Candace. Go take care of your kids, lady. God, you should have. Anyway, calm down, Candace. Calm down, Candace. You shouldn't be going to Black Lives Matter pro-people owners' houses when you're pregnant. I know it was cool and it got a lot of attention. Everyone's like, good job, Candace. No. This is why the Republican Party is losing. Because our soldiers are women. No offense to the ladies, but
he's able to get his message completely out the truth. Now, and then also
the men need to be the soldiers. I'm telling the men they need to step up.
And I wanted to close out with this. Amidst all the censorship, Carrie Lake still decimated.
Hello, Bama.
That was backed by Paul Ryan and Mike Pence. Absolutely obliterated. She's going to do the same thing in this general election. I suspect that later today we're going to start seeing her leading ahead, and they're at some point they're just going to have to concede. because they're not going to want to show
What's up, Butch?
how much cheating was attempted, and yet they still
the selection process work for the Speaker of the House? Does somebody have to be an elected representative to be Speaker of the House, or could they theoretically put Trump as the Speaker?
So it's legally, theoretically, I think it's a moral and legal and an ethical obligation and duty in order to get our country back on track to elect President Trump as the Speaker of the House, to correct the record. And this is how it works constitutionally. If you look at Article 1 of the Constitution, it states that a Speaker is elected by the House. That is the only guidance that the Constitution talks about. And when you go onto the Speaker's website, the historical component, it even says that a Speaker is voted by the House. And up until this point, it has always been a member of the House, but it is not required that it be a member of the House. Same thing goes for the Senate pro temp on the Senate side.
I'm looking at the live election results for Arizona. Kari Lake did just jump up 2 points, making it a 0.8 margin. It was 1.2 at the beginning of the show. So she did just gain 0.4 points. Or point. Yeah. Because now she's 0.8. I think they both gained a bunch of votes, but they closed the margin by 0.4 points.
So when we win the House, we'll have Speaker Trump. And if you want to take a look, some details of the momentum of that movement, we're going to be posting up later today on the website, speakertrump.info.
You have to be a rich, spoiled kid to run Republican, JS?
Unless you've been following my Telegram. We just put that up. And
yeah, and that's a problem,
some
man.
Of the folks in the House, as well as key
we need men. We need hardworking men
that have been briefed,
who've been through the
and
shit.
Considering actually going down this path.
But the problem is the money.
Seeing this movement really
and then they back these weak
up to and reaching its apex
people
into Tuesday's announcement by President Trump. And you're gonna like. I think you're gonna like the announcement that's gonna happen on Tuesday. But
and then I liked like Dan Crenshaw. I liked Dan Crenshaw. He was a man's man. You know, he was a military. You know, what didn't he lose his eye in a battle or something? I don't know how he lost his eye. But anyway, he was cool. But he was in it for so long that they turned him. I don't think Crenshaw was always bad. I think they've turned him, and now he's just a warmonger. Like it's for money. It's the power of the dollar, the almighty dollar. They make money off the border. They make money off the military, off of these endless wars for oil. They say it's for oil, but is it really for oil? Trump is the exception. Right. Trump was the exception. That's why I like him, because he's outside of that box. He is rich too, though. He is rich too, but, you know, I think he knows how to run a business, and I think the country's a lot like a business. I think he's a good businessman.
Do you want it to be really good?
They're talking about putting him as speaker. It's interesting.
Take a look.
Speaker Trump. Go check out speakertrump.info.
You don't have to be an attorney. You just have to be a human being that knows how to read. Take a look at the constitutional provisions, the framework. See that you don't have to be a current member of the House. You just need to have somebody that has the courage, the gravitas, and
the audio cut out there.
Just happened over the last 2 years from the Chinese Communist Party, from within our government system. We need somebody that has bold, decisive leadership that can push back under this corrupt DOJ, FBI.
Sure, Dennis. As a matter of fact, we're going to go to Jeff.
We already saw that clip. So, yeah, they're trying to put Trump as Speaker of the House. They're trying to turn Republicans against each other. Now, whether you're for DeSantis or Trump doesn't really... Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, because I'm still learning. I'm still learning. But I think we've already talked about this before. It's got to come down to one or the other. Maybe they run it against each other in the primaries. But it's not going to be the Democrat. It's not going to be Biden or who else they decide to put up. I don't think they're going to put Biden up. I think their best bet is Mike. They put Big Mike up, we lose, regardless of who we pick. Just saying, guys. I don't want to give the Democrats any ideas, but I'm sure they already know. Big Mike, we lose. There's too many Big Mike fans out there. So whoever the Democrats decide to put up, they're not running against Trump and DeSantis. So we can't be divided on that. So it just comes down to primaries. And that's why I don't have a problem with Trump poking at DeSantis right now, because either way, if we get either one of them is good. I will ride with Trump or DeSantis. If in primaries, if those two are against each other, I'm going Trump. It's not DeSantis' time yet. He can come in 2028. Take care of Florida right now. It's our last bastion of freedom in America. It's the last standing wall of how things should be. But regardless, it comes down to Trump or DeSantis against Gavin Newsom, against Biden. I think either one of them win those races. Big Mike, against either one of them, Houston, we have a problem. But it's going to make for great content if it happens. And I would love to say I'm right. I'd love to see it come down to Trump versus Big Mike. Guys, the content would be endless. It would be epic. All right. What else do I got? I think we're almost done. Yeah. House Speaker Trump not far as fast as you think. We got another article from The Hill again. Rankin suggests some far-right House Speaker members could vote Trump for Speaker. That's what Raskin. That's what we just watched. He's been Jamie Raskin. Oh no, that's different. So there's a different guy, Representative Jamie Raskin. The other guy was Rankin. Sunday suggested that some far-right House lawmakers could vote for former President Trump to be the next Speaker, as an indication that House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy may not have the votes to be the next leader. Now, this is an article from yesterday. The other article I read you from The Hill that said exactly what was supposed to happen was happening was from a month ago. So it's pretty interesting. Democrat signals trouble for McCarthy. GOP defectors may vote Trump for Speaker of the House. This is from multiple articles. The Washington Examiner. Other articles, too, that I wouldn't pull up because they're places that like New York Times and things like this that I've used too many times. So I get you have to subscribe to see our article stuff, so I don't use them anymore. AP, last bit for this. Why is it so off center? Oh, it's because it's AP. They're always like that. Last bit for this first segment. We'll finish it up real quick. That student loan debt forgiveness plan, remember, that Joe Biden promised? Well, that's not going to happen. That got shot down. And you know what was convenient? We voted on November 8th. This article's from November 11th. It pretty much happened on November 9th. Are those the right days? I'm bad with days and numbers and dates. But anyway, almost the day after midterms, they come out and say, oh, that student loan forgiveness thing, that's not going to happen anymore. Now, the articles I say, we were talking about this earlier, is what do the people who already applied still get it? President Joe Biden's plan to provide millions of borrowers with up to $20,000 apiece in federal student loan forgiveness has been blocked by a second federal court, leaving millions of borrowers to wonder if they'll get debt relief after all. On Thursday, U.S. District Judge Mark Pittman ruled that the program usurped Congress' power to make laws. The administration immediately filed a notice to appeal. It's not the only challenge the plan faces. Last month, the 8th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in St. Louis put a loan forgiveness on temporary hold while it considers a challenge from 6 Republican-led states. The fate of the plan will likely eventually end up in the Supreme Court, meaning a final decision is a ways off. Here's where things stand. How the forgiveness plan works. The debt forgiveness plan announced in August would cancel $10,000 in student loan debt for those making less than $125,000 per year. Pell Grant recipients who typically demonstrate more financial need would get an additional $10,000 in debt forgiveness. College students qualify if their loans were distributed before July 1st. The plan makes college students qualify if their loans were dispersed before July 1st. The plan makes 43 million borrowers eligible. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, so they shut it down. I'm wondering if An appointee of former President Donald Trump, based in Fort Worth, Texas, made it clear that he felt Biden overstepped his authority. He said Higher Education Relief Opportunities for Students Act of 2003, commonly known as the HEROES Act, did not provide the authorization for the student loan forgiveness program. The law allows for the Secretary of Education to waive or modify terms of federal student loans in times of war or national emergencies. The administration said the COVID-19 pandemic created a national emergency, but Pittman said such a massive program required clear congressional authorization. I'm just trying to see if past 2.5 years. But yeah, so they shut it down. I don't know if the ones who already applied still get it or not. Robbie was asking that earlier. Biden administration stops taking applications for students. So yeah, they stopped taking applications. Now, question is, do the ones who already applied get it? I don't know. I don't know. They cannot apply for forgiveness at this time. Struck down Biden's plan Thursday evening. Decision was about as wrong and weird as any federal court ruling I can recall reading. Interesting. And then, this was supposed to go with the election thing. Video montage of Arizona election problems.
Of course, I know everybody wants to make sure that it reads and everything is fine.
Can you repeat that?
I can promise
Can you start from the beginning and repeat that?
So what happens is we have two tabulators. One of the tabulators is not working. Okay? The other tabulator is taking about 75% successful. So 25% of them are being misread, and it could be a printer issue, or it could be the tabulator itself. So when it's misread, you have an option to put it into what's called box 3, and it gets read, whether it goes downtown and gets read manually, or whether it gets refed into our tabulator.
So in Utah, here's what we got. It's a computer. And it's not a normal computer. It's like a big screen. It's a big touch screen. It's like this big. And you're in a little car. It's not like a built-in cubby hole or anything. It's just they got these little, it's not cardboard, but it looks like cardboard, but it's plastic. You guys seen that stuff. They make signs out of it. It's got these sides and a top, and you get a chair and you sit down in there and you pick out all your things. You touch screen it. You can review and blah, 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 blah. When you're done, you hit confirm. There's a black box next to the computer screen, separate from the computer screen. It's a black box. It's all cased in. It's got a piece of blue tape. It says this tape should not be broken. It's got a seal tape. It's a locked box. It's black, and it's got a glass window, plexiglass window about this big, and your ballot is a receipt, and it rolls in front of that glass, and then they shine a light from the back inside the box through it. So you see your ballot in the box through the glass, lit up by a light, and it's printed on the receipt there. And you check it, you hit confirm on the computer, then it rolls to the next one, and it shows you that. Check it, confirm, and if you don't like what's on it, I guess you can hit cancel and it discards it. I don't know if it like shreds it or what happens to it, but you never touch your ballot. It just goes to this, and then you take your card out of, because they give you a card. So you go to a table, they give you a card, you put the card in the computer, you do your voting, you see your ballot there, you say yes, and then it rolls through the machine. You never touch your ballot. You pull your card out, give it to the lady, she gives you a sticker. That's how ours work. And, this is multiple machines. I never seen no problems with no machines. But Utah is a red state, so we don't have voting problems. I mean, we don't have an election F-word issues. We don't have shenanigans in Utah. We don't have shenanigans in Florida. Looks like cardboard, but it's, hold on. So,
adjudicate.
Yeah, stuff like this going on in Arizona.
So no one's trying to deceive anybody.
Nobody's trying to deceive anybody. Ha! What is that? What the? Okay. Well, it's supposed to be a video montage, but that's only one video. But anyway. Yeah, we got crazy stuff going on all over the elections. But that's it for the first segment, guys. I'm going to play a song, take a quick break, and then I will be back. We'll take calls. We can do call-ins on Discord, unless if Robbie Brown can manage to put together a little battle of the minds, I'm down to do it. I'm down to do it because I don't got a whole lot of other stuff. But there's so many things I left out in that segment. Like, that I've been thinking about over the last week is just I'm tired of it. We know what's going on, and it's a mess. So I don't know. I'm sure I missed a lot of points that I meant to make. Tired of talking about the elections. Let's move on. Let's move on. But we don't even have the results yet, so we don't even know. We don't even know. Play a song from High Res about border security.
Nobody's invincible. That's why Select Health makes sure your employees are super covered.
Little Caesars Detroit style
advertisements.
That is the best chance we've had. Common sense, bipartisan bill.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. Enjoy this song from High Res. Pay attention to the lyrics. I'm going to move my camera so you guys can read the lyrics.
We've done and continue to strengthen our borders.
What about if someone was non-binary?
Come again?
Non-binary? Do you know, like non? Like someone is.
You're not a woman. You're not a man. He's saying we have never seen things like those. For a man, he has a penis. For a woman, he has a vagina. So.
Are you feminine? Do you see yourself as a feminine man?
Some things, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Something like
femininity, I think femininity is beautiful and anybody can be feminine.
You think a man is beautiful when he's feminine?
In certain ways.
No, a feminine man is a weak man because he's a woman. He's a beta.
No, he's not, Jesse.
Yeah, he's a beta.
No, he's not.
He is a beta.
I can't believe I'm being bullied right now.
All these women out here looking for a strong man. Why you falling for the lie, man? I am gon' stand. You been dating women like your mama, switch the program. 35 and single, trying to mingle. You a no man. You a beta. You need to forgive to be forgiven. Go back to your father, get to living. Forget about the kissing, all the touching in the city. Forget about the women, all the lesson. Who you kidding? A man that has a temper ain't even a man at all. You can't be a tyrant while you answering the call. To the PC culture, I ain't cowering to y'all. Real men speak up. What happened? You lose your balls. Okay, so rule number one, you need to always speak true. Stay connected to your father. Trust me, you can never lose. Rule number two, well, let's just focus on the one. Apart from God, there's nothing
you can overcome. Don't be a beta. All right. Need an electronic beam across the board that cuts in half, a laser if you cross it, or a big bug zapper. Whoa. Good spelling on that, Butch.
A woman is about to give birth. She has physical signs of that she is about to give birth.
Non-binary, get your ass on in. She could request an abortion. Sad that common sense is such a revolutionary message these days. Yep. Yep.
That would be a,
all right, guys. I'm gonna open up the disc. Well, the Discord's open. You guys can call in. I'll put my You see my wife, she carries babies so nice. Living you a feminist and you don't know Christ. Think you need a man, it takes a man to grow life. Hate. Alright, hold on, let me find my... I started boarding farm animals, but somehow it's okay when it's your kid, man. That is laughable. You headed for the burner if you don't return to Christ. The farmers have rifles for pests and predators. Let me calm down. Let's get to rule 2. Never search for a woman, she will find you. Sex before marriage. Take time and just date her. If not, she will turn you to a beta. You need to go back to the creator. Give your life to God because he made you. You got your mama's spirit, God's spirit's much greater. You don't want to be a beta. Okay. Great song. All right, what are you guys doing? You can call me on the Discord. Oh yeah, I was putting it in here. Watch the betas. Preachers on the TV, that's embarrassing. You teaching that Jesus, that's a beta, no comparison. You don't point him to the cross, you point him to a therapist. All right, I'm gonna end this song. I'm gonna end it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep singing, keep rapping the song. So We got meme review, guys. We got meme review until somebody jumps in the Discord. Unless Robbie tells me he wants to do a quick battle of the minds, first to 5. If we could get some people, if you guys tell me in chat if you want to do it, if Robbie wants to do it, just a quick one, not with Tommy as the host. If Gibson gave me 2 super chats. If Gibson wants to host a quick battle of the minds, and Robbie wants to be a contestant, we could do that. We could do that right now. We got about an hour to kill with some memes. I got some videos, some little reels I can play. Let me just open up the memes. Not a lot of memes this week. Actually, so first meme is for Jamie. Is Jamie here? Because I sent Jamie this and he talked about it on his show. But he didn't show it. Nugget Man had a small earthquake for a couple minutes here. Somebody else said they had an earthquake recently. It might have been, I don't know. They rarely happen and it always freaks me out. Yeah, it is weird. I've been in like 3 earthquakes and they all happened within this. No, like 2 of them happened in the same time period, like the same night. And then one of them happened like a year later and it was real small. But at both times I was living in a basement and my mattress was on cinder blocks. I had a box. I don't even know if there was a box spring. I think it was just a mattress on cinder blocks in a basement. And I woke up at like 4 in the morning. Everything's shaking. Your whole body's shaking. It's weird, especially if you've never been in an earthquake. I'm from Florida, so I had never been in an earthquake before. And it was weird. I woke up and I'm like, what the hell was that? This bed got a vibrator function? And I didn't know? Dang. Press 1 if what? What are we pressing 1 for? Tommy is the ultimate host. Press 1. Oh, God. That'd have to be on like an earlier show. Because this late at night, I don't know about that. Tommy said he was going to call on Discord. He can. It's pinned in the chat. That's my Discord username. If you're in the server already, you can just find my picture and hit add friend and call me. I don't even know if you have to add me as a friend, but you should. Earthquakes are a little weird feeling. A little weird feeling. Yep. It's strange. Let's look at these memes. Let's pull up these memes. First meme. So this is the picture I sent Jamie. This is just to demonstrate that regardless of what kind of camera you have, whether it's a fisheye lens or flat lens, the way cameras work, you can make something look something very far away. You can make it look concave, flat, or convex. Now, nobody thinks the Earth is a dang halo, right? Because this picture right here. Now, so let's look at the first picture because this is what our eye understands the quickest. So this light blue stuff is Earth, and this dark stuff is space. In the second picture, with the same camera, taken seconds later, there's actually videos you can find of this where you can see it happening in real time as the camera goes up and down. It changes the way the surface of the Earth looks. But so we got round Earth, we've got flat Earth, flat Earth, and we've also got halo Earth. This is where the Earth wraps around in a big loop. This is halo Earth, not to be confused with hollow Earth, which is what I'm a proponent of. I'm a proponent of a round Earth with hell in the middle. We got hell and giants and Nephilim, and there's different rings, and as you go farther out, you get crazier creatures until you get to the surface where you got the craziest creature of all, the humans. Dun, dun, dun. But not Halo Earth. There's no dang Halo Earth. Anyway, that's not a meme. Next meme. You lost. Go back to work. I got I got lottery stories coming up from earlier in the week. A little later. I know it's late, but it happened earlier in the week. He looked like a man in the mirror. He looked like a man in the mirror. That's Miss what's her name? What's chat? Somebody in chat knows. This is not Saturday Night Live. This is Mad TV. What happened to Mad TV? Miss Quinn or Miss something. Let me see if they're already in the just chatting room.
No, I said Tommy.
I found people.
If I was a vodka Robbie, nobody would like me. I guarantee you. Yeah.
Hey, you guys are on the stream. I found you.
That's fine. We've been hanging out.
Hold on, let me screen share the memes.
I was just catching Butch up because he took an afternoon nap after he did a lot of stuff. What's that mean? Screen share.
The memes are on the screen.
Now you're on the screen, Robbie.
Well, no, the stream can't see you guys. They don't see your video. I don't have that over there, but no, they can't see you, Butch. Sorry. Butch is an attractive man. For all. Volume is low. Hold on, let me turn the volume up. Yeah, volume's low.
Hey, Spike. No, Butch got a good nap.
Nice. But you guys can see the memes.
It was this weather. It's cold down there.
All right.
Yeah, hell, that's 60 degrees down here in Georgia. We're freezing our ass off.
Yeah, we're freezing.
This is how high gas is. This is how high gas is going to get.
What does that mean? Let me see if I can see this.
It's on your Discord screen.
I'm not, what does that mean?
What does it mean?
I don't see it.
But I think Snoop Dogg smokes I don't know who this white guy is. Is that Jerry Garcia?
I don't have a Discord screen.
What do you mean?
That's it.
What does that
watch
even mean?
stream. Push watch stream.
I don't know.
I see two pictures.
You just look at your phone.
Yeah, I'm on the YouTube.
I see two pictures of. This is how high gas prices are. Shut up.
Willie Nelson. Okay. But are Willie Nelson and Snoop Dogg? I would say Willie Nelson and Snoop Dogg probably smoke just as much weed as Cheech and Chong.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think the point of the meme is that they're all really high.
Why did Willie Nelson?
How high it's gonna get with Cheech and Chong and the when they're doing the rock concert?
Hey,
yes, Miss Swan. Miss Swan. That's who it is. C-Cell, Miss Swan.
My hippie dad, and Snoop Dogg and Willie Nelson hang out together. That'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
As a kid, I used to watch The Wizard of Oz and wonder how someone could talk without a brain. Now all I have to do is watch a White House press conference.
There you go, exactly.
If I only had a brain.
Yeah, it's just weird. It don't even make sense.
It's 33 and snowed today in Oklahoma.
Yeah,
it snowed like hell.
Wow.
That's not wet.
We still haven't got a thick, heavy snow yet, so that's nice.
They had some snowman snow in Oklahoma.
It's been cold though. It's 30 to 40 every day.
No, we don't do that in Georgia. Not my.
Probably like, what's that like?
No, I mean if they do, I get the day off. So let it happen. What's up?
Feels great to finally be represented at Lowe's paint section. Trustworthy whites. We got a new color. It's called a new color spectrum. It's called the Trustworthy White section.
There you go. Exactly.
We are the trustworthy whites.
What? Here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, why would you? I mean, I don't see other cultures trusting each other.
Scarecrow had a gun?
Do what?
Nugget Man said Scarecrow had a gun, but didn't use it to battle the evil dude. When did Scarecrow have a gun?
What's he talking about, Butch?
Black Adam Sandler, they're on the
Black
screen.
Adam Sandler.
Okay, I can't see it. I don't have the screen.
Rosie, things to watch stream in the Discord to watch stream.
I don't know how to do that.
One box to watch stream, just press it, to take it to stream.
What's that mean?
Right. Teaching
it was taking
Robbie
to
how
the
to
screen.
use Discord.
Josh showing.
If you just open your Discord window, Robbie, you'll just see it. But if you're in the YouTube, that's fine too. You're just gonna see it late.
I know, right? So, right. Let me try to figure this out.
I'm your girlfriend's crush. Forget about my girlfriend, bro. Someone said your nose stopped downloading at 15%. It's a guy with a little nose, Robbie. It's funny.
No, I'm trying. Whatever. I'm trying to figure out.
And oddly, it's an African American gentleman with a little nose. It should be the total opposite. It looks really strange.
Why can't I see all this?
That's one of Frederica's roommates. Chat likes
yes,
that one.
it is.
See, I found that thing and I hit that, but it doesn't open.
All right. When your son is going through a phase, the son.
Boomer right now.
When your son is going through the phase. It's like the Addams Family with little little bebop, little beboop, little beboop. He's gonna run a gas station someday. Remember Ruckus?
Sanjay.
Sanjay. Hey, Sanjay. And then he's got...
But you're watching, and this isn't right. I'm trying to watch this too. All right, I think I'd get. I did it. Woo! All right, I see. Like,
did you push what stream?
Yeah, I got it, bud. All right, woohoo! Yeah, I feel so like smart.
You accomplished something. You learned something new today.
Yeah, I'm. All right, let's go. Keep going.
All right, next one. Seriously, Pennsylvania.
There's Fetterman. Freaking, like that's the guy. That's the guy from Munsters. The little guy. I mean, what the hell?
No, Minions.
Yeah, Minions, the vampire guy. I saw that meme too. I didn't get that one.
I mean, what a clown.
It looks like a turtle.
But at least he's alive because Pennsylvania
I
did,
think time, but
Pennsylvania did vote for a dead man. So at least this guy is barely alive.
When your company is short-staffed and you can't find good help, so it just hires a person that can breathe.
Yeah, I mean, at least they voted for a guy that was breathing and walking around. And I mean, what would Democrats will just see? That just doesn't make sense, does it?
Nope.
Doesn't make sense. Well, I'm just supposed to go vote Democrat. I gotta go do it.
Hey, Robbie, you're like this. Antisocial behavior is a trait of intelligence in a world full of conformists. And that's from Nikola Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla. I was a signal soldier when I served, when I was given the opportunity to serve. And being a signal soldier, we were were given a whole lot of Tesla. Everything that we learned about how the signal moves through everything, it was all given back to Tesla. Tesla has a large part of our communications in our military.
I would drink a beer with Fetterman, Nugget Man.
Yeah, shout out Tesla. Shout out Tesla.
The biggest challenge in life is to be yourself in a world that is trying to make you like everyone else. Nice. I like that.
Yeah, the hell with that.
Check that out.
What?
That's a snowboarder jumping off a helicopter down to a mountain. He's probably about 80 feet up.
No, he's suicide. Is he making a lot of money?
I'm sure he's making a lot of money off it.
Like how much?
He's probably getting paid by Red Bull. I mean, nobody just has a helicopter they can just fly out.
No. I mean,
and that snow is soft. That's probably like 20 feet deep of mountaintop peak powder.
So you woke up.
And you said,
I'm going to go do this helicopter thing.
Yeah. I'm dropping out of a helicopter.
And, I might live. I might die. But that's what I'm going to do today. And tomorrow he's got a whole nother plan. I mean, what the hell is he going to do tomorrow?
With this stunt, it'll probably be set for a while. But I think these people do this regularly. They jump out of helicopters into the snow. But they just push it higher and higher and higher.
Yeah. I call that suicidal. I don't know.
I think it is a little bit. Especially the squirrel suits where they jump off a mountain with the flying squirrel suits, that they open up their arms and their legs and they like glide through mountain passes and stuff.
Yeah, what's wrong with those people?
The death rate of that is like 100% after 3 years. If you do it for like 3 years regularly, it's like 100% death. Like they all die.
So do they?
If you do it once and get out, you're good. But a lot of these guys who like commit to doing this for a long time, most of them die.
Yet they still show up and do it.
Yeah. And they keep pushing it harder and harder, and that's why they die. Because it's like skateboarding, but if you miss the kickflip, you're splattered on the side of a mountain.
Yeah.
And they want to learn to do the kickflip. They want to do it. They want to. It's wild.
And see, Butch is an adventurous, and your show is JS Urban Adventures. But I've always tried to err on the side of caution. And I think you know that about me, Josh. And
Yeah,
Bush does.
Robbie's anti-adventure.
My original before I was a general, I was Captain Safety, and I still live with
Safety.
Hey, yeah, Captain Safety. That's right. Yeah,
no.
Yeah. Pick your feet up. Look, feet up. Pick your feet up when you walk. Pick your feet up when you walk. You don't trip over anything.
I would have kept Captain Safety a secret.
No, I am Captain Safety. Yeah, I'm all about safety. Safety depends on me. Safety depends on you.
Safety's
That's
good.
right.
Safety's good. Safety's good.
It is. I mean, just jumping out of a freaking helicopter, just landing on a damn mountain with a snowboard is stupid. That totally goes against anything being safe.
And when he lands and starts to ride away, he's gonna make a small avalanche.
You're still not safe. No,
he's
you're
gonna make
still
a small
not.
avalanche that's gonna chase him down the mountain.
Yeah. What a clown. What an idiot. Thank God I don't know him.
Safety first.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Best of luck. If you were a friend of mine, I'd be like, what the fuck's wrong with you? I forgot this is a family show.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Florida tells Biden's DOJ.
What the hell's wrong with you?
Legal under state law. So did you hear about this? They the feds were sending out poll watchers. Did you hear about that? And DeSantis said, "No, you're not watching. The federal government is not watching our polls. No, you leave." And they left.
Wow.
But yeah,
Yeah,
Biden sent out poll
DeSantis
watchers.
had it on.
Huh.
That's not
You know
really
who
a
told,
meme, but
hey, you know who told DeSantis to do that, right?
Trump.
Yep.
You know, Trump. That's why Trump called. Oh, also, see, I forgot so many points. That's why Trump called him Ron DeSanctimonious, because Trump backed Ron DeSantis, and then Ron DeSantis wouldn't mention Trump.
That's what's up.
And he was like, "Oh, I did this all on my own," and Trump's like, "I think I helped you out a little, bud. Maybe."
Yeah.
But I think it's all theatrics. Like, I think Trump knows it's theatrics, and Ron knows it's theatrics, and
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
They're working together as much as they're making it seem like they're against each other.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with that 1,000, and I cannot understand how anybody would fall for anything less than that, considering Ron DeSantis has 10% of the thing. What's he going to do? Make up 50? He's going to make it up to that? Just stop it. Don't fall for the crap. Anybody I see falling for that crap, I'm like, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? You're the ones that are wrong with it. You're the ones that are wrong with it.
And also, to address the people, I've been hearing that we shouldn't have done Roe v. Wade when we did it because it made Democrats mad. And the Democrats are saying this too, like, oh, a lot of Democrats showed up for abortion. And, and I thought that's not one of the primary issues on Americans' minds, but it was because that happened. But Trump appointed all the justices that got that done. So,
True.
And so people are saying it's bad timing. It would have always been bad timing. There had to have been a timing that's going to be called the bad timing. But in the big picture, maybe we didn't get the big red wave that we wanted here, but we did put on display that the same states are doing the same BS, and we got a red trickle. I think we won overall. We just didn't win in the biggest states that people were watching, and I think that might have been done on purpose.
Look, and the voices that are hollering that things didn't go that way are the liberal media that's like, I mean, they know.
Well, it's even the right media too. Daily Wire's doing it. A lot of
I think I heard today
Fox
that
is doing it.
Trump said the gig is up. Now, we've been hearing the gig is up for a long time, but I've never heard it.
They'll put it inside to it.
But I've never heard it in that language, saying the gig is up. It's fixing to happen.
And also, I totally forgot. Trump has an announcement supposedly tomorrow.
And it's supposed
to be a big announcement. It's either the speaker thing or he's running again. Something big he's supposed to announce tomorrow.
Man, if he comes out and says, I'm running for Speaker of the House, dude, I'll do a TikTok.
Robbie will lose his shit. Robbie's been talking about this forever, and
I'll do it.
And me and Butch have both been like, nah, it's not gonna happen, Robbie. No. Aren't there bets on the line? Are there bets on the line?
I think there is. I think I'm going to win $500.
Yeah, that's private intel. We don't need to divulge that, but
yeah, I think there is.
But Robbie's been on this. That would be crazy.
Yeah, I don't think Trump will lower himself to a lower position in government.
If that happens, then I'm doing an emergency live stream tomorrow night.
Yeah, as well you should. As well you should, even though I got to get up Wednesday morning at like 5:45, 5:30. But at the same time, But at the same time, if it does happen, then butts. What are you gonna have to admit? What are you gonna have to, Trump comes out and says, I'm not running for president.
This is Whoopi Goldberg threatening AR-15 owners. Get ready. We're coming for them. That's how Jabba the Hutt talks.
If Trump comes out tomorrow and he says, I'm running for Speaker of the House, it'll shake the nation to its core.
What are we talking about, 9 or 3,000? We're talking about Speaker Trump. We're doing meme review.
Speaker
Let me
Trump.
read chat for a second.
Shake, children will cry, yeah.
None of your business said, where's the GOP? Where's the oversight and election observers? Recount tabulators from both parties. I said that
We don't need them.
Wait, Roe v. Wade until after the midterms. Yeah, I don't think so, though.
We all are registered Democrat and just take them over.
If people would listen to me. But I wasn't agreeing with that, real none of your business. I was saying that was the perfect timing. It had to be done when it had to be done. I don't think they should have waited.
But what was the percentage of the population when we won our independence from England that rose up?
3%.
That's what's up.
Florida is the only state that showed voting integrity works. Yep. That's true.
No, I disagree. I think about 45 states.
If Georgia wins, then that'll show, because I have heard that Georgia did do stuff for its elections, but I know in the Democrat cities, and you got a lot of them, they're pretty corrupt. Atlanta's a mess.
You mentioned Georgia earlier. You know who's still in charge of the elections here in Georgia?
Raffensperger.
Brad Raffensperger and Brian Kemp.
Whoopi the Hutt.
Do you hear me? Brad Raffensperger and Brian.
The Secretary of State. He oversees elections.
And Brian Kemp was.
Brian Kemp doesn't do that. He used to.
Yep, they know exactly what to do and who to do it for. That's why there's a runoff. That's why they're going to try to kill me, because they're going to bury me with political mail and make my life hell. But you know what? I'm a soldier. I thought I told
there may
you.
be some shenanigans. Yeah, there's.
I'm just going to work it. I'm going to work it. I'm going to make it happen, guys.
Why do you think it happened to be now? I'm not sure.
Prayers. Huh?
Watch out for this. It's a pole. It's the pole in the middle of the globe.
Pole in the middle of the.
Yep, you got to look at the.
Jamie.
Is Jamie in here?
No, but that's Jamie stuff.
Yeah, for Jamie. When a relationship ends, women tissues, men tissues. It looks the same, but it's not. Free Kathy Griffin. Damn.
Oh, Mask. That's a good movie. Mask was a good movie.
Is that from The Mask?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the Mask boy.
The elephant and.
Yeah, Cher was hanging out with him.
No, it's Poland. Poland? Mexican word of the day, Beto. Texas is Beto off without him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's monkeypox boy.
I think I got some of these from Lord Colin B, and then groups that Lord Colin B sent me to, and then also from
Lord Colin B. We got him back in the boys. Add Lauren Colin B into the general's quarters so he can drop us. No, I got to turn off my notifications if I do that, because Colin B drops the memes like crazy.
I'll stop mansplaining when they start woman understanding.
With that,
you don't know what that means?
Hey. I'll start mansplaining when they start woman numbers and what woman understand. All right,
understand.
All right, I get it. That's cool.
Israel Adesanya says Naruto is better than Dragon Ball. Izzy gets destroyed. You guys won't get that meme. That's a nerd meme for you guys.
MMA stuff, yeah.
Is MMA and
I have
Dragon
no
Ball
clue.
combined?
MMA and Dragon Ball combined, but yeah, we're out on that.
Epic meme. Epic meme.
That's cool. As long as y'all get it, we don't care.
I get it. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
People don't even say bless you anymore. They just look at you like this.
No, I say bless you.
Yeah, I know a lot of people still say bless you.
Yeah, Gesundheit. It's hard to say, but
all right, go Eagles. Later, 9-3,000. Go Eagles.
The Eagles are doing good. Yeah, that's Admiral's team. Admiral over there, she's an Eagles fan.
Coons before poons.
I feel bad for people that live in the Northeast.
Have you ever had a pet raccoon, Robbie?
Negative. No, I've seen a coon in a trap with dogs barking at it. Have you ever seen that? When you train your dogs to...
I've seen a coon in a trap. I've never seen dogs barking at one.
Oh, yeah. That's what you do. You put them in a trap, and then you put the dogs smelling it and barking, and the coon just goes crazy as hell. And then you take the coon dogs and you go running off in the damn woods. I did that at like 8 years old. I was like 8 years old. Nice. And I was like, what the hell am I doing out here? This is insane. It was, I befriended a country boyfriend, and he was like the biggest guy in school. Because that's what you do, you know, you befriend the biggest guy in school.
Well, I didn't have juggler in hell.
What? What, Butch?
Beauty pageant here. He's uglier in hell. How the hell you win the beauty pageant?
He said, I heard Josh read the caption and I expected a very different picture because I said coons before poons. And then hey, guys, we have a disturbing meme on the picture, and this is news. Breaking news. First biological male wins beauty pageant. And listen. And it says, Noah, get the boat. Noah, get the boat.
Says what?
First biological male wins beauty pageant. And then it's God saying, Noah, get the boat.
Yes, yeah. No, he's not going to flood us again, but damn, that's terrible.
But here's the thing. Now, last week, I talked about a transgender person bought Miss Universe. The Miss Universe contest, a transgender person bought that organization, that Miss Universe contest. And that transgender person and Blair White, oh my God. There are transgender guys who turn into girls who look, you know, if you're too drunk and you're on drugs and you're at a club,
Look,
they could trick you. Okay.
I'm just saying, ain't nobody tricking me.
But anyway,
no, ain't tricking me. Number one, they ain't out there like running around in that damn company.
I'm not in that world either. But if you were in that world, there are some deceiving ones.
No, look.
When you're faded, they could trick you, and I don't like that. I'm against that. I think they need to disclose that. There should be a law that says you have to disclose that when you first meet somebody.
If anybody's out there in that world to be tricked by it, then shame on them.
Guys go to the bar and drink, dude.
Yeah, Tommy does, but we don't.
It's actually a frequent thing, and guys kill themselves over this. It's happened. It's an important issue because
they need to unfrequent.
Blair White could fool you. Yeah, exactly, RB. I mean, Blair White got a strong chin, but you're not going to be looking at the chin. You're going to be looking at the $20,000 in prosthetics on the boobs.
No.
Because you're drunk and you're faded and you're on drugs. Yes, Robbie, this happens. Men go out and they get deceived, and then Sometimes they kill themselves because they're
I
so
can
destroyed.
see
They're like, oh
that.
my God,
I
I just
can
slept with
see,
it. And
I
with the
can see
surgeries
that.
they're doing, I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it could happen.
I can see where suicide is an option. Yep.
Yes, I would.
Yep, I would too.
Okay, but my point here is this first biological male to win the beauty pageant is 250 pounds.
It's Michelle Obama.
It's
Stop.
worse than Michelle. Like Michelle Obama, at least, I guess
At least
some guys
oh, God.
find her attractive. I don't.
Frederick does.
Yeah, Frederica. I know a lot of black guys get real mad when I say Mike Obama. They get mad.
Yeah.
They get defensive about that
Big Mike.
because they got posters up. But
it is what it is.
this person is not even healthy or attractive or.
He was Oregon State linebacker, freaking all conference. What the hell? I mean, it's not that hard to figure out.
What is going on around here?
It is what it is. Becoming Michelle. She wrote a book. I'm Michelle. I was born a poor young black child. I had to become Michelle.
Thicker than Nika with the sneaker bar. Thicker than Nika with the sneaker bar.
And people are like, oh, that's impossible. Well, look at the damn TV. All these people are doing all. Bruce Jenner is a girl.
I know that doesn't say thicker than Nika. I know what that
Bruce
says, Raven. But I'm not going to read it right.
Bruce Jenner is a girl. Big Mike is a guy. Copy. If it's hard as believe that Bruce
upside
Jenner.
down world. Noah, get the boat.
I mean, I grew up reading the back of Wheaties
That's a metaphor.
box.
It won't be a boat, but like
reading the ingredients on Wheaties boxes
I'm
about how
I'm not here because you can't build no fireboat.
You're
You're not building a boat to defend you. I guess that would be a spaceship to defend you from some giant solar flare or nuclear winter or it's gonna be fire, right? So the world could just explode.
Nah, you ain't got to worry about none of that.
Yeah, hopefully I'm not gonna be here for that. So
worrying about that shit. If we get
about it.
Look, if we get taken out that easy, good for us, right? That's the way I look at it. If we get taken out by something that we didn't do, if we get taken out by something we didn't do, then yay! Yeah, it wasn't my fault, God. I was fighting to live.
Do you have any history of mental illness in your family? My uncle in Pennsylvania voted for a stroke victim and a dead guy. Oh yeah, the dead guy in Pennsylvania. I didn't even talk about that.
Why are you missing on that? Because
I left it out. I knew it. It was in the mental notes. I just never put it onto the paper.
I pointed out that many times. I was like, well, at least Fetterman's alive.
Pennsylvania voted for a dead guy.
But at least he's alive.
They elected a dead guy. They did.
Yeah, they voted for a dead guy.
Maricopa County ballot counters, they're all feds. That's what this meme is implying.
I'm just saying, how do you vote for? I mean, if that's not showing that this is a movie, we're watching a movie.
To avoid being heard by sharks, marine iguanas can stop their own hearts.
The next part of the movie that you're watching is that Philadelphia actually voted in a dead person. If that's not showing you that...
We already watched that part. That happened already.
Well, no, they just did it in Philadelphia. They voted for Fetterman, and they actually voted in a dead person. If that's not showing you how...
Man, you should have done a Battle of the Minds, Robbie. What's going on?
No, we don't have any contestants.
We don't have no contestants. Oh, yeah.
No, we really don't.
Where's Jamie? Where'd Jamie go? Jamie just was here earlier, disappeared. Slacking. Frederica, I think he's traveling right now to Kentucky.
No, he's home. He went and took a shower. He took off his shirt off and was walking around. I was like, I'm headed to...
I don't even want to hear about that. To avoid being hurt by sharks, marine iguanas can stop their own hearts. But what is even more amazing is the FBI still hasn't charged a single person from the Epstein Maxwell client list.
Isn't that amazing?
That's amazing. But iguanas can stop their heart to avoid getting attacked. That's crazy. When you've said excuse me nicely twice already and they still standing there, if you know, you know. See, it starts out nice guy. It turns into moo, bitch. Get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. That's the joke in that meme. In case you guys didn't figure it out.
No, that's weird.
That's the last meme I have.
Oh, wow. You're out of memes?
I'm out of memes. I got reels. I got some funny videos.
All right.
Love that meme.
What?
Smashy said, love that meme. What do you sound upset about, Robbie? What's going on?
No, I'm just close to turning in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm real close to turning in. Yeah, I got tomorrow looking at me. I gotta keep waiting for this political mail to show up because, again, they're acting like this is a crazy thing that I don't understand. Is that they're acting like that they're gonna have control of the Senate, and you think that you're gonna have control of the Senate, even if if it ends up 50-50, which is what it's looking like, then we're going to have Speaker Trump, and Speaker Trump is going to get rid of Biden, get rid of Kamala, and then you've got control of the Senate. And control.
Yeah, how can you get rid of Kamala or Biden?
To what? Yeah, I mean, it's 25th Amendment.
In Kamala. Ain't no way in hell you can do that.
What do you mean, Butch? You don't have... Oh, yeah, little faith.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, little faith. See, everybody's giving up. I don't understand this. Because, well, I do understand it. Do what?
I live in reality.
Is that what it is? You're living in the damn reality world? To hell with reality, but
I think it would be awesome. It sounds great. And it is being talked about more now, mainstream. Like, I've heard about this for a while since before I knew you, Robbie. I've known this was a Q thing.
That's what's up.
And so I've known about it. And at
awesome.
first I was like, that sounds cool. And then I looked into it and I was like, oh, that's not going to happen. But now, as I'm seeing things play out and it's coming to mainstream, and like, this is stuff that that leftist sites were saying, oh, these Q idiots are acting like this is going to happen. And they're talking about what was predicted to happen. And it's exactly what's happening. And it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. I can cook,
but I don't think they have a looking glass that can look into the future.
Why do you not think that they did?
Oh, Riley,
oh no.
Why are you trying to trigger me? Yeah, you're triggering me, Josh. Don't get me going down this rabbit hole. Butch said, "Oh hell." It's okay. Hey, no. Trump's not a 5D chess player by accident.
Well, we'll find out tomorrow if he's running for president or if they're going to do the Speaker of the House thing, because there's an announcement.
That's what we've been told, hasn't it?
Hopefully we've been told.
We've been told. What time is this supposed to happen?
I don't know.
No, neither. Interesting. Whew.
Let's watch some
Come on.
funny videos.
If Trump drops that Speaker of the House, dude, man, everything that we've been told is right. Every time you know how many times I told Butch to just trust the plan?
Trump is either speaker or president or check.
Yeah. It's movie bullshit. It's movie. Watching a movie. Get popcorn. Yeah, bullshit. Ain't that happening?
Butch, but I've begged for your patience.
I don't understand that line.
What?
Watch the movie because that's just a line.
No,
like life is I've always said life is like a movie. Watch the movie.
It's a very long movie.
I'm not buying no damn ticket.
Hold on, it's a very long movie and it goes way back. Yeah, it goes way back, and it'll be the most amazing movie that's ever put on the TV. And then the end of it's where it just gets crazy because you're going to see where all the insanity comes out. And that's what us believers in.
See, I think the book is always better than the movie. So, and I've already read the book. So
no, there's no book.
There is a book. It's called the Bible.
No, that means God wins in the end. So
right, and it forecasts all this stuff earlier than no Looking Glass from Nikola Tesla. What about people are gonna trumpet and trumping?
Didn't God have a hand in Tesla's brilliance?
No, maybe. I don't know. I don't know a whole lot about Tesla. I know more about Einstein and Edison.
Like I said, I do know a good bit about Tesla, and he was a.
This guy's getting kicked off his skateboard on a grill. Hold on, I'll play this next video with audio. Look at this kid. Now, Jamie said the other day. Oh, sorry guys, I'm showing group chat stuff. I need to hold on. Shit. I'm trying to not let it show group chat stuff. There we go. All right. It's a funny video. This is Jamie said the other day he didn't like chicken and steak. I thought that was crazy.
Mama birthed at 5, now she laying the earth, but I still gotta be
this
strong
little black
to
kid
make things work.
Chicken.
Working a 9 to 5 just to stage my turf. Yeah, my existence consists of God. No love, no emotions. I miss my mom's. Got a father, no mother. Shall I continue? Life, death, heaven, and hell. That's what's on the menu. Got 3 brothers, and we all soldiers. We all need each other, and we all focus. We gotta get our money up, all on Rovers. My life starts with drama, pain, and hurt.
Kid's a legend. All right. What's this one?
So that kid was going crazy because of the fried chicken?
Yeah. That's the best damn fried chicken he ever had in his life. A lot of
fried chicken he was looking at. He's like, hell yeah. He's like, hell yeah. Life is good. I'm going to dance.
I've seen this guy a bunch. This guy's wild. Hold on. Where's the audio?
Today I'll be jumping into the pool of carnage. This is for the juggalos and
juggalos and juggalettes.
I hope you like it. Woo woo!
Woo woo! I hate juggalos. I know I'm not supposed to hate as a Christian, but I hate juggalos.
Yeah, it's okay though. It's okay to be.
Shit! My pad!
Yeah.
My pad!
I think that's an exaggeration. I don't think it would hurt that much, and he always does that in every video.
I would like to think that it's. I don't think it's hate, but you definitely have a God-given right to dislike. But I don't think it's who you hate. So don't own that. You know what I mean? Don't own that. Don't own you hate. You just dislike, and that's you got a God-given right
I hate
to dislike.
juggalos. I hate them.
What does that mean? I just gave you out on your hate, and you still want to hate. Damn. Stop with the hate, Josh. Don't hate.
Check
I
this
don't know
out.
what.
Most petty encounter I've ever seen. Where's the audio? Hold on.
Yeah, hate's a weakness. Don't hate.
Yeah.
Throws his dollar at the guy. That's kind of rude, but you know it's a quick way to get it to him. The guy throws his money on the floor. He says, hold up. How much is this soda right here? There you go. Jump off the floor.
That's some Tommy shit.
One more time, in case you missed it.
Fine if Josh wants to hate the goods. I can't help it, and I don't want to.
I mean, it's just hate quality. Hate's not good.
All right, one more real thing. Damn it.
I ain't trying to roll with hate on nothing. Hate's not your friend. Hate's not your friend.
He's your enemy.
That's all right.
I'm just kidding. I don't hate juggalos. I've known some.
I mean, if you don't like something, that's one thing, but don't hate them. Man, I don't hate on Joe Biden. I can't. I don't.
It's for the bit, Robbie. Calm down. I'm a Christian. I don't really hate anybody.
I feel. That's what I was just checking you, bro. That's all.
I can't get this to play from the beginning.
I think the Tooth Fairy was drinking last night.
I think the Tooth Fairy. Dad, I got $110 from the Tooth Fairy.
You didn't get 110. You get $20, two $10 bills.
He made it.
That's actually 100.
Yeah. Damn drunk.
I think the Tooth Fairy was drinking last night.
Dad's hungover. I think the Tooth Fairy was drinking last night.
Yeah. 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 Good luck getting that 100 back. Especially if it's a little spoiled rich kid. You know, some people had that in life. Good for them. Good for them. I didn't. Did you, Josh?
When I left, I was like upper middle class. Whoa, I just hit on my chair. But when I was young, we were poor, and then, you know, my dad made more money, and my mom started making more money, and we went to lower middle class, and then by the end, it was like maybe not upper middle class, but like good. We had a nice house on like an acre of land in Florida. You know,
nice.
Good school, good suburban area.
That's cool.
But I was in the hood when I was young.
Yeah. That's what's up. It's all about.
No, I never had like large swaths of money thrown at me. And then I was a screw up, so.
Yeah, me
when
too.
I left Florida, it was like my family was like, nope, you're done. And luckily, I amended those bridges that I burnt.
That's what's up. Yeah, you're young too, compared to me, and that's what's up. Compared to Butch, compared to some of us, and a lot of us probably out here, they don't realize how young you are and how mature you are at your level. And we pull for you, buddy. You do a good job. We enjoy your show. Everybody that's here, we enjoy what you do. We enjoy your effort. Make these efforts bigger and better, and all that. Copy. Smash the like.
Copy. Smash the like. Thank you, sir.
That's what's up. Let's go. What
Carrie
else
Lake
you got?
Won't concede. Is it over? Is it over? Real none of your business.
You don't need to concede. What? Who are we pulling?
Hold on. He said it. According to AP, it's not even over yet. Oh wait, no, it's checked. She's got the check. Katie Hobbs got the check.
Hobbs is the bad person.
Breaking
right?
news. Yeah, she's the one who won debate.
Yeah, she just hid in the corner and ended up winning, even though all the other Republican tickets won by a large margin. So they're trying to say that,
Katie Hobbs got the blue check with 50.4, 1,266,000. According to this, close race. Less than 1 point margin, 0.8.
Is this a governor's race?
Yeah, for Arizona.
Who gives a
And
flying?
it is now 8:29 Monday, so they kept it short of a week at least.
All right, so here's
Real Nunya Business is saying Kari Lake won't concede. She's saying she's not going to concede. A lot of them, I think, multiple people are saying they're not going to concede at this point.
That's fine. So you see,
concede.
Well, here's what I'm saying, Butch. This is not a Senate seat or a House seat.
This is a good show. Just don't turn out to be a PDF file or a ARPist.
It's a governor's.
Don't worry, I'm not those things, RB.
Turn Arizona red. Turn Arizona red. See if you can straighten up the election.
I understand that, but it's a governor's seat at the same time, and she's going by her not winning that, she is going to be Trump's VP. Y'all get ready. She's going to be Trump's VP, and she's going to be a loudmouth, crazy.
Well, I can't. Yeah.
Yep.
I can do that.
Yep. She's going to be.
Said this is huge. She won't concede. Live updates.
But she's exposing the shit there, the cheating there, and you're not going to be able to cheat. We've all seen what the country looks like when you actually show the voting. The whole country's red with splotches of blue. We're not going to take this much longer. We're going to demand that the red wins over the blue.
We need that civil war. Get rid of things, Democrats.
Exactly. Big cities, you do not have the right to vote anymore. You're all bankrupt. All you big
Kari Lake, who is beloved by the people,
bankrupt, and we're going to take your voting rights away.
She's the
and then we'll take
race besides Walker.
I think that Lake is she's like Trump Big Mouth Jr. And she's gonna come out and she's gonna be freaking blasting shit, and we'll blast shit, and we'll fucking tell them all that they're a bunch of fucking dumbasses one more time, because we're down to one more time, unless they just want to fucking give everything to whatever. But that's where we're at, guys. I gotta go to sleep. I enjoyed the fun.
Yeah,
and
I'm about to jump out and finish the show. Looking at this.
Yeah, these Monday night late nights, dude. I'm always like, oh my god, the Monday night late
Taking the
night.
week off right, Robbie.
I hear you, brother. Good show, guys. Good show. You had good content. Good content, man. Good content.
I'll hot day in chat.
All right. Later, guys.
I'm going to
have a good night.
Yeah, I'm going. Yeah, good night, Josh. Good night.
All right. If somebody wants to just I'm going to jump out of the, I'm already out of there. I don't know. If somebody calls, I might answer if I see it on the Discord. So I'm not, send me something, real Nunya business. Huh. All right. Yeah, she won't concede. Okay. So let's read this. Hobbs wins. Developing story, flipping state for Dems. Hobbs campaign released a statement in the news saying, "I am honored to have been selected to serve as next governor of Arizona. I want to thank voters for entrusting me with this immense responsibility. It is truly an honor of a lifetime, and I'll do everything in my power to make you proud." Blah, 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 blah. Hobbs, who is Arizona's Secretary of State. Also, the Treasury, isn't she the one who counts the votes? Isn't she the one who counts votes? I'll post in politics, Jess, or where? Yeah, you can post it there. Yeah. Post it there. Breaking. Melissa Tate, Arizona Democrat whistleblower, sent a letter to DOJ in October 2020. Jeff Sobek. Hold up. Yes. Jack Posobiec. What am I reading from here? Stocking stuffers. Just took me to his page. Oh. Returns by hour. Arizona West sent a letter to DOJ detailing a private meeting attended with Democrats. All right, I'll have to look at all this. Man, I wish it. Oh, that's Pelosi. Weird how that works. Hobbs was counting the vote and then got elected because Robbie. She will reform the elections. It's over, so everyone was a pleasure. Have a good night. Thank you for having me. The show's not over yet. I still have rapid fire news and the last segment. 8:30. Yeah. Let's do this rapid fire news real quick. So they're saying Hobbs got the check. Earlier this week, we had lottery. Lottery got up to like $2 billion, $1.9 billion. This is before it got as high. The record-breaking $2 billion Powerball drawing was delayed. They had a lottery machine malfunctioning. So not only, and if you guys know, here on the Dreaded Conservative, where we often delve into conspiracy theories, I'm not sold yet that the lottery's real. Just know that. I'll just say that. There are many theories out there that the lottery is all a scam, and that everybody who you've ever seen win a large jackpot lottery didn't really get that much money. That's why they all end up broke not too long later, because they actually just got paid for being an actor and pretending that they won the lottery. So, just my thoughts. Maybe you know somebody who's won a couple $1,000 lottery, but how many millionaires do you know still to this day that are millionaires? I bet you don't know many. So, $2 billion lottery. Frederica bought me a ticket. I still didn't pay for it because I lost. I'll pay him one day. I'll pay him for the ticket once I sell some more of this sauce. Buy some more. Buy some of the hot sauce. Guys, $20 Cash App. Cash App, Dreaded Conservative. We are sponsored by viewers like you. Robbie already got a bottle. You don't believe they sell lottery tickets? Oh, I believe they sell them. Oh, they definitely sell lottery tickets. They sell lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of lottery tickets. I don't think that they pay out anybody. Or if they do, it's not as much. I think there's things to it. You know, I think it's rigged. Let's say that. To this day. Even the McDonald's game was rigged. They're all rigged. So, yeah, the lottery's a scam. I ain't buying no lottery ticket. Frederica bought me a lottery ticket, but I didn't buy no lottery ticket. We don't have lottery in Utah, actually. I think they have winners picked. I've never met a lottery winner. But yeah, so the lottery machines had fraud issues. Fraud in the, I can say the F word when we're talking about lottery machines. There was fraud in the lottery machines, and they couldn't give the winner out. But they ended up getting a winner the next day. Winning Powerball ticket sold in California for $2 billion jackpot. Boom. There it is right there. I think I had a 33 in my number, but it was the previous day. Chinese lottery player. Now, this is another story. This is just interesting while we're on the topic of the lottery, the fake lottery. Chinese lottery player reportedly wins $30 million and hides jackpot from his wife and children. So this is the Chinese lottery. Like China, yeah, the Chinese lottery. The Chinese lottery. And this guy won $30 million. I guess in yen, that'd be like 900 trillion yen. And he dressed up in this suit. He's the yellow thing. He dressed up in this suit. Why? Because he didn't want his wife and his children to become lazy. So he didn't want anybody, and he didn't want his friends to look at him different. He didn't want anybody to know, specifically his wife and his friends. He's apparently planning to hide the winnings from his wife and children until he figures out what to do with the jackpot. He says he doesn't want him to get lazy. Equivalent of $30 million. Oh, 219 million. What did I say? Hey, I was close. Didn't I say like 2 million yen? 219 million yen is $30 million. It says somewhere. Anyway, I already said it. You guys can trust me. I didn't tell my wife and children because I was afraid they would be too inflated and would not work hard in the future. Based. Mr. Lee is based. And he's rich. Bible used in the Shawshank Redemption sells for over $440,000. This is why I don't like when, people talk trash about collectibles. Just because you don't understand that something has value. But then they'll be like, oh, buy crypto. But then they'll make fun of Pokemon cards. Just because you don't understand the value of collectibles doesn't mean that they're not valuable. Something is valuable as much as somebody's willing to pay for it. I reported earlier in the show's lifespan about Kurt Cobain's guitar from Smells Like Teen Spirit that he played in the music video for Smells Like Teen Spirit was valued at, I think, $400,000, and it sold for like $5 million. This Bible from Shawshank Redemption sold for $440,000. If somebody wants it, they're gonna get it, and it's not even a legit Bible because it's got a chunk cut out for to hide a shank. This is the Bible where he hid the knife, that shank. Or he hid stuff in there. He didn't hide a knife. I can't remember the movie right now. That's a Stephen King book. He hid what he needed to break out of the dang old prison in his Bible. $440K. Teen girl kidnapped in Alabama, taken to Florida, where she was beaten, bound, and left under a tree. Horrible story. Look who did it. Look who did it. Now, this person, you may not know this unless you're up to date on pop culture and these sorts of things. This person thinks that they are Raven from Teen Titans. Is it Teen Titans? Yeah. Yeah. And this guy thinks that I don't know what he thinks. I don't know who he thinks he is. He thinks he's a caveman or something. No, he thinks he is who he is. But anyway, these two idiots taken to Florida where she was beaten, bound, and left under a tree by these two idiots. The girl met Kobe Jerome Jordan on Friday evening. Police said he's picked up by Jordan before two women joined him. And the other women, where's she at? Oh, she's right there. Let's see her picture. Can we blow this up? We don't need to blow this up. It's nasty. And they just beat up this little girl and left her under a tree. That's wild. Crazy story. Oculus founder, defense contractor, developing VR headset that kills user if avatar dies in the game. Modern virtual reality pioneer. This will tie in to the mind control stuff that we're about to get into. Modern virtual reality pioneer Palmer Luckey claims he created a VR headset that would instantly destroy the user's brains with explosive charge modules if the player's character dies in the game. If you die in the game, Luckey wrote in his Monday blog post, you die in real life. Luckey, the founder of Oculus VR and designer of virtual reality head-mounted display Oculus Rift, said tying the life of a gamer to their virtual avatar has always fascinated him. You instantly raise the stakes to a maximum level and force people to fundamentally rethink how they interact with the virtual world and the players inside it. Luckey wrote, pumped up graphics might make a game look more real, but only the threat of serious consequences can make a game feel real. Here we go with the transhumanism. The Neuralink, the mind control that we've been talking about, game feel real to you and every person in the game. Futurism reports Lucky's device plays homage to Nerve Gear, a helmet coated in dark blue, worn by a fictional killer in the VR-themed manga series Sword Art Online. Sword Art Online. Anime. A new technology that allows players to be inside the game where thousands of people get trapped by a mad scientist and work to escape. Good show, actually. Good show. It's on Netflix. It's an anime. If you get killed by a VR set, isn't that totally your fault? You're putting that thing on. Yeah. As long as there's a market for anything, it's going to sell. Portland. Did the kid have to dress up like that? I'm guessing that's what they were wearing when they did it. I don't know if they just wore that to the police station. I don't know, man. I don't know, Divine Nut. Well, if the lottery is real and you win it, you wouldn't want to let those you know that you won, as that attracts all kinds of bad things to come for asking for money. Yeah, that's why that Chinese guy was based. Yep, you got to keep it a secret. You keep it a secret until everybody sees you driving around in a new freaking Maserati. All the folks back east I talk to say that it's always a Westerner who wins the lotto. Here in the West, we say it's always someone back east who wins. Facts. Facts, everyone. You're putting that thing on. Talking about the VR helmet? Yeah, that's crazy. Do you want the news? Space Shuttle Challenger, this is from CNN, remnants discovered underwater by documentary crew. These people really died on this ship. Now, I don't think they went to the moon. I don't think they got out of low Earth orbit. Something happened to that ship. It blew up. I'm not a flat earther, but, who knows what could have happened. But they found the dang ship. We got to watch an ad. I don't want to watch an ad.
Brunch is the ultimate connector.
Hold on one second, guys. California Fools won it.
Plane that was lost at sea got quite the surprise when they actually found something else on the bottom of the Atlantic. A piece of debris from the Space Shuttle Challenger that, of course, to the nation's horror, exploded after taking off in 1986. CNN's space and defense correspondent Kristen Fisher joins us now.
That's kind of odd.
Obviously these explorers, I imagine, were pretty shocked when they found this piece of the Challenger.
They couldn't believe it, Caitlin. And what tipped them off to it was, if you're looking at that video that they were taking as they were filming this discovery, you can see kind of those white square tiles. And what those are the heat shield tiles. Those are that really distinctive, really critical part of the space shuttle that would form the underbelly of the space shuttle. And those heat shield tiles would protect it from the high temperatures on re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Of course, this Challenger mission never even made it that far.
Never even made it that far.
It was discovered actually back in May by a team led by Mike Barnett. They were putting together a film.
Everyone died because they blew up halfway up. And she says, "This spaceship never really made it that far." What are you? That was a blunder.
For the History Channel, they weren't quite sure what it was. They thought they knew what it was. They brought it to a former NASA astronaut. He thought it was Challenger. They then brought it to NASA, and NASA confirmed it in August. So now, Caitlin, the big question is, what is NASA going to do with this? Right now, it's just, on the bottom of the ocean floor off the coast of Florida. So this, by law, remains the property of the U.S. government. But NASA says they're still trying to figure out a way what to do with it. To honor the legacy of Challenger and the 7 astronauts that died on that fateful day back in 1986.
We didn't even make it that far. That spacecraft didn't even make it that far. That's what she said. Good job. Good job, CNN. Epic reporting. Ship that blows up while leaving Earth never managed to begin return trip from space. What else we got? This is interesting. A transgender influencer, Nikita Dragoon, placed in men's jail after arrest. Extremely disturbing and dangerous. I don't think it's extremely. First off, I don't think it's extremely disturbing and dangerous. I think it's extremely what should be expected. You're about to get ran through by every different race, the Aryans, the Crips, the Bloods, the Essays, the MS-13s, the Vatos. They're all about to run a train on you, Nikita. So that's really what should be expected. Why are you going to jail? Placed in men's jail, extremely disturbing and dangerous. Second point, Nikita Dragoon looks way better. Oh, pause. That's super gay. I should not. Let's just be honest, guys. Nikita Dragoon looks way better than the transgender that won the beauty pageant. I'm just saying. But if I see a guy that, oh God, I'm screwing up. I should stay away from this. But seriously though, Robbie, Nikita Dragoon, if a transgender is gonna win the beauty pageant, which I don't agree with, I gotta preface this, guys. All of this stuff is horrible to me. I'm just saying. Hey, if you're in a men's prison, you want Nikita Dragoon as your cellmate. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, guys. So this guy went to a men's prison. You're probably too young to remember Jacques Cousteau and Marlon Perk. I know the name Jacques Cousteau. Mr. Miyagi and drag. Transgender beauty influencer Nikita Dragoon was released from a Miami jail on Wednesday after he was temporarily held in a men's unit. He was temporarily held in a men's unit because he's a man. Dragoon, 26, was arrested at the Good Time Hotel. Oh, they're not going to let me read it. But anyway, I don't really care to read it. What's this?
Hi, honey.
Oh,
no.
Is this what we're wearing today?
See, it works because it's pattern on pattern.
Stop. Horrible commercial. Cute dog, though. I'll play the commercials without the volume and just look at the doggy. Look at the doggy. Look at the doggy. Never heard of Nikita Dragoon? Well, you just did.
Guard and NextGuard bundle. Go to petmeds.com/best and enter code BEST.
When I was younger, I was born in the wrong body, which means that I am transgender. Now, so surreal saying this. Filming this video.
Nikita was thicker
is
in this.
scary, but it feels so liberating.
Ugh, what the? Oh, that's after jail. Hold on, that's after they got out of jail. What the? Okay, anyway, enough with that story. This is from Wesley Chapel, Florida, which is the same county that I grew up in. I was in Land O'Lakes, but we knew the Wesley Chapel High School and Land O'Lakes High School. Those are like rival high schools, but I had a lot of friends from Wesley Chapel. This is from Wesley. My brothers went to Wesley Chapel High School. Daddy Jub went to Wesley Chapel High School. Bible verse painted on paid parking lot. Bible verse painted on paid parking spot. That's a tongue twister. Bible verse painted on paid parking spot at Pasco County School isn't a violation, officials say. They put Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me.
When I was injured in a car crash.
Oh my God, there's an ad for everyone. In Wesley Chapel, a teacher's form of religious expression on school grounds is not sitting right with some staff. It involves her parking space, which she personalized by painting a Bible verse on it. Pasco County Schools say they have no problem with it.
Pasco field shouldn't be on
This is
school
Florida.
grounds.
It said
This is
Christ,
Florida.
and I was startled by it.
This is how
I
we
was
do
very
things.
upset by it.
The text is of a Bible verse,
upset
Philippians
by it.
4:13.
It says,
I can do all things through Christ, which strengthens me. According to Pasco County Schools, a
She was
teacher
upset
painted
and
the verse on her
disturbed
paid
by,
parking
I
spot at
can do all
Wiregrass
things
Ranch High School.
through
Gentilesco,
Christ,
who is
which
Jewish, says she
strengthens
walks
me.
by it every day going into school.
My parents are Holocaust
So,
survivors,
shows you what
and
makeup can
I
do.
would never
Feel really
try to
liberating
convince
in
someone
jail.
to change their faith.
Yeah, pause
Jews
on
were
that whole
murdered
segment.
because
Pause
they were
on that.
Jews,
No homo.
and Christians survived. And
Whoa,
it just
wait. What are you talking
changed
about, lady?
their faith.
Didn't Dave Chappelle say any sentence that starts with the Jews never ends well? What is this lady talking about?
Jews were murdered. to convince someone to
Walks by it every day.
Let's
going
take
into
that out of
school.
my parents are
context.
Holocaust survivors, and I would never try to convince someone to change their faith. Jews were murdered because they were Jews.
What does this have to do with
Christians survived, and it just brought back the memories of what my parents went through.
Gentilesco went to administrators about her concerns.
You see, and this
she also
is my
reached out to the
problem with
Jewish
the
Community
whole
Relations
ADL
Council.
A number of people may look at that as an endorsement
Jews will
of
sit
a
there.
specific religion.
Jews will sit there and use this Marxist tactic of being the oppressed, and they'll sit there and say Christians survived and Jews died in the Holocaust 300 years ago, and that's bad, so Christians are bad. Christians are the oppressors, and so it's the same thing that happened to them. They'll do it to Christians, and that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But God forbid you say anything about the orange juice, the Julius Caesars. And Julius Caesar wasn't a Jew. I'm just referring to, juice. If you go to Dairy Queen, you get a Julius Caesar. It's an orange juice. It's the juice. I'm saying juice. Christianity infuriates them. It's very telling of their true nature. They never get upset about Islam or other religions, only Christianity. Yeah, and that's fine if they are mad at Christians. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But you can't be a hypocrite. If people are allowed to talk trash about Christians, then we're allowed to talk trash about the juice. If the juice is worth the squeeze, we should be able to talk about whoever we want, honestly, and especially making jokes and talk. You should just be able to talk about people. You should just be able to talk about obvious observations. But when only one side is able to shut people down, it's kind of telling. It's almost like, it's true.
By a governmental entity, and that becomes potentially
but this lady in Florida,
the establishment clause.
Hey, Florida, don't play that game. DeSantis is a little DeSantis is pro-Israel, but Florida don't play that game. You ain't claiming no Holocaust survivor stuff so you can get a biblical a Bible verse taken off a parking spot. Not going to happen in Florida. I found most people are hypocrites. Correct.
Clause of the First Amendment.
After looking into the legality of it all, Attorney Jonathan Ellis with the
There's
Jewish
a way-
Community Relations Council.
There's a way to avoid being a hypocrite, though. It's called being honest. If you're just honest, then you can't be a hypocrite. Because the things that I'm honest with myself, that I know that I, I shouldn't be doing, that maybe I do, I don't pretend like they're good things, So I can't be a hypocrite about it. Because I know that what am I trying to say? Just be on. My point is, if you're honest, you can't be a hypocrite. Democrats are hypocrites because they're liars. Some Republicans are. A lot of people, everybody lies, but I mean, a lie. There's a difference between lying and being a liar. It's not like that old expression about. Never mind. Oh, I'm getting lost.
Council says they concluded they couldn't force the school
So,
to
Bible
remove the
verse,
verse, partly because it's not necessarily directly related to an instructional aspect meant for students.
Because the school is
So she gets to keep that. An 8-year-old boy wanted an Xbox, so he found a loophole on a job application. This is 8-year-old applies for a dishwashing job. And he black.
What he wants.
Yo, this is a good young man.
Xbox who played the Xbox.
But to get
He
an
just wanted to
Xbox,
play the
he needed
Xbox.
some green. To get that, he needed a job.
There's your name, your phone number, the email that you filled out.
He had green. To get that, he needed a job.
Anybody I know watching this, put a thumbs up to me and say, I know him. And you'll know me when you know me.
8-year-old Nash
This
Johnson
is
an
happy.
energetic kid
A happy
who
story
knows
as
what
the
he
holidays
wants.
come
I
up,
just want to
guys.
find my friends on the Xbox who play the Xbox.
He just wanted to
get an
play his
Xbox,
friends.
He needed some green. To get that, he needed a job.
He went and got a job.
Your phone number, the email that you filled out.
He hopped online and
At
filled
a
out this
bar.
application for a dishwasher.
That had to be the easiest job I knew. Also,
Yeah,
I'm very
facts.
good at washing the dishes.
Hey, sad story is, I know a lot of grown-ass men who will not take a dishwashing job because they're too damn lazy.
Small problem with his plan, though, is you gotta be 16 to work for Drake's. That is, unless you can find a loophole.
A loophole?
18, yeah. Yes. It didn't ask me the actual age, and it didn't ask me when I was born, so I put I was under 18.
That kid is not afraid to fail.
He's a genius.
He's a go-getter.
Mom Belinda had no idea he was going to send that application.
He might be half
in a
white.
way, it's not all that surprising.
Financial literacy is like really important in our household.
He got some
Nash
white.
has jars at home where he learns to save, give, and spend.
I'm sorry.
Getting the job at Drake's was how he was
Not
going to
really.
get more cash in that spend jar.
He's like, I can get more money if I go get me a job. That's going to give me more money than doing my chores at home. The $5 a week gets me.
Based young man.
Drake's couldn't give Nash the job due to his age, but they did invite him to orientation.
Fortunately, he's probably going to be a
Xbox
Democrat.
He'd been dreaming about.
I was like shocked, very shocked.
He got what he wanted that day, but not everything.
I wish I had the job in the Xbox.
He's a liar.
I did have the Xbox, but I wish I
Yeah,
had
he
the
probably
job.
will be a
That's
Democrat.
the kind of work ethic Belinda hopes he carries forever. His courage, too.
But
don't be afraid to jump out there.
And he ended up getting a free Xbox
get it.
without actually
You want
having
something,
to
go
work.
get it.
He's going to be the next Obama. That's the next Obama right there. I like that kid because he didn't actually end up doing the dishwashing job. But he did get the Xbox. He lied on an application. Yo, that's Obama 3.0 there. Dang, I didn't look at it that way. That started out as a really heartwarming story, and it ended not so great. Do you? No, I don't want you to summarize the news. 6 dead after a pair of vintage military aircraft collided at a Texas air show. This story's crazy. I don't know anything about it. This is my first time reading it. First reactions. I did hear about it in a chat on a stream, the UFC fight stream. Somebody said it in the chat, and I wrote it down in my notebook, and then I Googled it last night. I have not read it yet. 6 people are dead after 2 World War II era military planes collided midair and crashed at Dallas Executive Airport during an air show Saturday afternoon, killing all on board. The Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office said Sunday, "We can confirm that there are 6 fatalities," a spokesperson for the office told CNN in a phone call. More than 40 fire rescue units responded to the scene after the 2 vintage planes, a Boeing B-17 Flying Fortress and a Bell P-63 King Cobra, went down during the Wings Over Dallas show. Let's watch this.
There was a horrifying scene in the skies over Dallas yesterday when 2 vintage airplanes collided in midair.
Yeah, the accident happening during an air show, sending flaming wreckage plummeting to the ground as spectators were watching. We do want to warn you, the video may be disturbing to some viewers.
It's a weekly show.
A Boeing B-17 Flying Fortress and a Bell P-63 King Cobra collided and crashed at the Wings Over Dallas air show Saturday, according to the Federal Aviation Administration. In a press conference Saturday afternoon, Hank Coates, president and CEO of the Commemorative Air Force, told reporters about the crews during the World War II demonstration.
The B-17 normally has a crew of 4 to 5. That was what was on the aircraft. And the P-63 is a single piloted fighter type aircraft. I can tell you that it was normally crewed. I cannot release the number of people on the manifest or the names of the manifest until I'm released to do so by the NTSB.
The Allied Pilots Association, the labor union representing American Airlines pilots, has identified 2 pilot retirees and former APA members among those killed in the collision. The APA said former members Terry Barker and Len Root were among the crew members on the B-17 Flying Fortress. Our hearts go out to their families, friends, and colleagues, past and present, their tweet said. The NTSB is launching a GO team to investigate Saturday's mid-air collision. A tweet from the NTSB on Saturday evening said in part, "No spectators or others on the ground were reported injured. The debris field from the collision includes the Dallas Executive Airport grounds, Highway 67, and a nearby strip mall."
I think it's just something that happened.
It is worth noting that the FAA does require these stunts to be approved ahead of time. One expert tells us, though, that even as safety measures have been put in place over the years,
things happen.
There's still tremendous risk when performing these complex and dangerous moves. Here's Mary Schiavo.
If you jump, like what we
when
were talking about
tragedies
earlier,
happen at air shows, the FAA has to reevaluate whether these should be allowed. Because remember, even though the regular federal aviation rules don't apply, the FAA does approve them, license aerobatic flights, license these dramatic maneuver events and air shows, and they have to permit these air shows. So the FAA does.
Sad story. Sad to hear. Dave Chappelle's on SNL. Shouldn't be that scary to talk. Yeah, I watched this. Dave Chappelle kind of fell off to me. I like how he stands up to the LGBTQ alphabet community and they try to cancel him. I appreciate that. But he's I don't know. I think he's probably more part of the whole he's a cog in that giant wheel of they. He's part of they. I know I don't know. I don't know. He's definitely a Democrat, and he's definitely a Black Power type Democrat. As far as his comedy goes, not him as a person, but his comedians, I can't like them if, like a super feminist liberal comedian lady, if she comes on the stage, I'm not laughing. Nothing she says is going to make me laugh. It's really hard for women comedians, stand-up comedians, to make me laugh. And not saying that no woman comedian makes me laugh, but most of them don't. And specifically the super liberal feminist ones, they're not going to make me laugh. So when Bill Burr goes from being a based comedian to pushing the vaccine on people and things like this, I can't get behind him as much. When his jokes are funny, his jokes are funny. So he says a lot of stuff I don't like, but his joke about abortion and about he said I'm pro-abortion, but you can't say they're not killing a baby. You grab a cake out of the oven and throw it across the room, you just destroyed a cake. Even though it wasn't baked yet, you still destroyed a cake. So, and I like that joke. But Dave Chappelle, he fell off for me at the 847 or whatever it was called. I think it was called 847 or 840 something. It was the George Floyd special. He did it in black and white. And it was during COVID. And it was just not funny. He went real dark and he's talking about George Floyd and da-da-da-da-da. And then his next special, I don't know. He put his politics into his comedy, which he's always done that. But he did it more, and going to bed. Great show as always. Good night, Floor. Dave didn't do much for me on that. Burr, I liked his old stuff more. Yeah, he fell off. Chappelle fell off to me. And even like Andrew Schultz says stuff I don't like sometimes, but I still think he's funny. You're not saying you're a misogynist? I am a misogynist. But yeah. So it was pretty good. I watched the whole thing. I'm not gonna play it because I'll probably get I don't think I could play it, but it was pretty good. He poked a little at Kanye, and then he poked at the J words, and now sure enough the ADL's coming after him. I didn't look an article up for that, but I think I can. I think I can real quick. Let's just open DuckDuckGo. I'm sure they're calling him anti-Semitic. SNL slammed for Dave Chappelle monologue, popularizing anti-Semitism, sparks backlash as being anti-Semitic. So he did poke at the Jews. He's like when he said when a bunch of black people get together, it's a gang. When a bunch of Italian people get together, it's a mob or a mafia. When a bunch of Jews get together, it's a coincidence, and we don't talk about it. And then he said something about they at the end. He's like, if just so we all know who we can't talk about, who they are, and something like that. I can't remember, but it was all right. It was all right. It wasn't great. It wasn't great, but and the skits, I watched a few of the skits. They were whack. But it's Saturday Night Live. What do you expect? They fell off a long time ago. He had his fingers in my mouth. Oh, this is from the UFC thing the other night from the pay-per-view. This guy's saying that Poirier is saying that Chandler did an illegal fish hook on him. It doesn't matter. Poirier won. But he's saying there was an illegal fish hook. Put his finger in his mouth. Illegal move while attempting Michael Chandler and Dustin Poirier. Yeah, he said something about it in the press conference, too. This is the closest picture we have to it. Apparently, he was trying to fish hook him and get his finger in his mouth and pull his cheek back. Anyway. DNA. This is for Freddie. DNA reveals early Brits had dark skin. Dang! What the heck is that? DePaulo is great. Yeah, Nick DePaulo's good. Clayton Bigsby is funny, but that's old school. That's old school Chappelle. Like, I still love How High. I still love his old stuff. And his recent, stand-up specials on Netflix and stuff are good too. But there's always something like heartfelt. Like the one he did the heartfelt thing where my friend was gay and she was transgender and she died, blah 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 blah. And it was funny, but he always puts this political messaging in there, and then he pretends he's like controlled opposition. So then I feel like when the media has backlash about a Dave Chappelle bit, that's all planned. That's all just to show people, oh, look, see, we do attack Dave Chappelle when he says bad stuff. But no, I think they knew what he was going to say, and the whole response to it, the backlash, that's all planned out. But yeah, Brits were black. That's Swan Song. Best one Dave Chappelle does is the Yep. All right, and there's Dave Chappelle, anti-Semitic comments. Okay, already read that. That's it for all the rapid fire news. We did the reels, we did the memes, we did the calls, we did the basic news. We're gonna get into the last segment here, guys. I'm gonna play a song, take one last quick break, and then we're gonna talk about MK Ultra, Monarch Mind Control, Subliminal Messages. I can tie 5G into it. We can tie hallucinogenics being used to treat depression into it. We talked about that recently on the show. We're going to tie it all together, and the way that they control us with elections and polarity and mass trauma mind control, things like COVID, things like now climate change, things like war. We're going to tie it all together, put a little bow on the cake. You are under mind control. We are all under mind control. So let me play a song. Let me take my last quick break, and then we'll get into all that fun stuff. Breaking Arizona election called. Yep, that's what they're all saying. That's what they're all saying. Here, we'll is there some live news I can play talking about it? I can't find it. I played one high res. Might as well play another one. Un momento.
This is a war. You know what? Jimmy and High Res got it right.
Guys,
this is a war. This is a war on freedom. This is a war on children. This is a war on religion. This is a war on your ability to think. They want to control all information. They want to control what you think, and they're doing it all over the world. All over the world.
Oh, I thought it said he messaged me directly. Okay. Let me open these windows I got. Got some video. There got some stuff. Actually, I'll play my clip that I made first. Let me open these. And then we'll just read through the articles I got. Look at the different things. Try to make some connections. And we'll see what happens. We'll just see what happens. Before we go to Wikipedia for the basics, I know Wikipedia's biased. Everything's biased. We have to just know how to discern. We have to read and discern the scriptures. Not just the Bible, but every written word we have to just read and discern. So we can read, we can use
Intelligence
Wikipedia as a
Agency
source.
is
But let's watch this clip.
manipulating citizens of countries all over the world, including Canada.
Rudolph Hess.
Nonetheless, it now seems ironic to some that Cameron was called to the Nuremberg trials to examine Rudolph Hess.
That's Dr. Cameron. We're going to
For
talk
it was
about him
at
shortly.
Nuremberg, after Nazi doctors who experimented on prisoners
Dr.
of war
Ewan
were
Cameron.
condemned, that a code of scientific ethics was
Donald
adopted.
Ewan Cameron, I think.
Research must be completely safe, and research subjects must give full, voluntary consent. Recently released by the CIA reveal what research Cameron proposed.
The MK Ultra documents.
To make patients receptive to repetitive messages, Cameron suggested using chemical agents to break down ongoing patterns of behavior.
That's
chemical
interesting.
Agents like LSD.
He suggested using chemical agents to break down patterns of, did he say aggressive behavior? Do we see that used today in modern psychiatry? Do we see, you know, they're trying to break down behaviors in children by giving them medications and stuff? So this is just, you know, the MK Ultra experiment is not over. It's still happening. Hold on, I gotta turn off. I got notification sounds. 1 second, guys. Let's close this. I sure do. All right.
Here in Basel, Switzerland, at Sandoz Laboratories by Dr.
Adderall, yep.
That led the intelligence agencies
Amphetamines is one of the drugs that they used in MK Ultra. You guys hear that?
The discovery was lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD. The film that you see is considered by many experts to be the closest illustration
that some countries
of the
suspended the
effects of a
Nuremberg Code during
hallucinogenic.
the Vaseline
one of the first
experiment.
times that anybody had run into a powerful drug that was
Oh yeah, and wait till we hear what the next lady says. Oh, it's very
We get excited because we're like, what are you going to bring? And it's so fun that you just like live in it and love it. It's an escape for us.
It's
I have to talk during this part because
fashion is
this is ET.
It's activism. You know, I'm first generation post-civil rights movement. You know, we were taught that the first impression is what you look like. So, you know, I'm a dresser up. The butterflies are, you know, a symbol.
Pay attention to the butterflies.
Of the transgender community. How you come from the cocoon.
First off, I don't know if that's real. I'm not part of that community, but I don't see that flag being flown. I don't see the butterfly flag. Oh my God, we've detected copyright audio in your stream. Is it from, what is it in this clip? It's probably the ET in this clip. But it could be also the fifth
doctor, and he's
we might go down, guys.
Known all over the world, and he wouldn't do.
We might go down. Hold on. Somebody in chat, just chat stuff so I know we haven't gone down, because right now I'm seeing warning. Heads up, we've detected copyright audio and video in your stream. If it's from the ET stuff. But I don't know if it's from this lady. We might go down, guys. If we go down, come right back. Never heard that before. Trans use butterflies as a symbol. Right. Me neither, stubborn one. I don't think it's a trans symbol, and I'm going to show you something shortly. Was it from the song? The Chevy song? Still good? I just want you to hear what this lady says, and then, because it could be this whole clip.
I mean, he's the big doctor, and he's, you know, he's known all over the world, and he wouldn't do anything that would harm me, etc. And so I took the injection, but I didn't like it. And it really did create a poisonous psychosis.
Electroshock
I took the
is a standard
injection,
but controversial treatment.
and I didn't like it. And it did put me in a psychosis. That's crazy. The song at the break. You think it was the Chevy song? I think it might have been the ET. The Entertainment Tonight. I think they might be. because that's like entertain. So if it's news like CNN or something, they won't get you because news is fair use. But entertainment news, they get like a different license on it. So I think because I always get hit by TMZ, and I think Entertainment Tonight. That was a risky one, but it could have also been the Chevy commercial and the song that played in the Chevy commercial, or it could be this whole documentary that I'm playing. Is from this YouTube group, but they're pretty big.
Treatment for extreme depression. However, at the Allen, the shocks were administered not 2 or 3 times a week, but 3 or 4 times a day for weeks on end. Patients were reduced to vegetables. It was called depatterning. And on top of that, the patients were given dangerous experimental drugs.
He was given a whole slew
That's
of
Harvey
drugs,
Weinstein.
including amphetamines, likely PCP, insulin comas,
amphetamines,
barbiturates of all kinds,
barbiturates,
LSD. He was then forced to listen to
excellent
recorded
connection,
messages.
it says right now. We'll try to
It was
get through this
called
clip.
psychic driving. Once the patients were drugged and shocked to break down their minds, they were bombarded with taped messages for up to 16 hours a day. This is how one patient remembers it.
So it's still being done. It's just different now. You are put on drugs that a doctor gives you from a young age, all your life, and you're bombarded with stimuli from your cell phone. You're bombarded with what we call the information age, but people just keep getting it. A lot of people, the information age is harmful because they don't consume it right. And I'm the same way. I sit and stare at my phone all day too. I'm brainwashed too by this stuff. And now the message that's being played on a loop is an 8-second TikTok video. You know? That's a trial run. That was the trial run.
At the end of that time, my father was someone who was unrecognizable to me or to anyone else in the family or his friends.
I know a lot of
people. He was
like
someone who could not function in this world, whose perspective didn't extend beyond the next 5 minutes, who had no recollection of the past, and almost no recognition of the present.
The American Central Intelligence Agency has...
That's clip 5. That's clip 5. Let me close up some windows and stuff and clean this up, and we can just start talking about it. But yeah, that's crazy, huh? So I got a whole bunch of articles. That was just little clips I found. Some of that subliminal, the Chevy commercial, that's subliminal messaging. That wasn't related to MK Ultra. And then some people told me I could tie 5G into this too. Now, I usually am not a proponent of the. We'll get into the 5G stuff later. I don't really know about the 5G. I know it messes with our minds, the wavelengths. It screws with our minds. I don't know where I'm at with that yet. But let's talk about the MK Ultra first, and then we'll move into the Monarch stuff and signs of it in Hollywood and some examples of some people who claim to be or have proven to be part of the MK Ultra experiment. Let's look into it. Let's go for articles. What was MK Ultra? The CIA's top secret Cold War research program. During the 1950s and 60s, the CIA used brainwashing, hypnosis, and torture on thousands of subjects brutalized by the infamous Project MK Ultra experiments. Though they may sound like science fiction, and though the CIA tried to deny them for years, the mind control experiments of Project MK Ultra were all too real. For more than a decade, at the height of the Cold War, CIA researchers abused helpless subjects in some of the most disturbing experiments in history. Convinced that the Soviet Union had developed mind control capabilities, the CIA tried to do the same with MK Ultra. It says Soviet Union here, but I thought they were based off of what the Nazis. Well, they all were doing it. The Soviet Union was definitely doing it in the gulags. MK Ultra starting in 1953. What followed was an expensive program undertaken across 80 institutions, universities, and hospitals. Institutions, universities, and hospitals. All things owned by the Democrats. Each one carried out torturous experiments, including electrocution, verbal and sexual abuse, and dosing subjects with massive quantities of LSD. A doctor squirts LSD into the mouth of another doctor as part of MK Ultra's mind control experiments. Oh man, they're just tripping balls on acid. Which I've done acid, I've tripped on acid. If you're just doing it occasionally and, watching a light show or watching some fireworks or something, all right. But this is not something you should be doing daily and constantly. And when you do, your brain becomes kind of moldable. Unsurprisingly, the CIA conducted the project with the utmost secrecy, even giving it multiple code names. And when it finally ended up in the 1970s, most of the records pertaining to it were destroyed on the orders of the director of the CIA himself. That is, all but a small misfiled cache accidentally left intact. Eventually, those documents and several government investigations helped bring the project to light. Today, the public even has access to some 20,000 documents concerning Project MK Ultra's mind control experiments. We got a lot more articles to read. We'll move away from this. And then it goes. So then we hear about the sleep room in Canada. I had some that stuff in the clip that I showed you was from the sleep room in Canada. It's also a movie. The movie's called The Sleep Room, but they actually called it The Sleep Room. This is on Wikipedia, just a description of the movie. But the movie's pretty accurate. I haven't seen it, but just based off this synopsis that I'm reading, this all goes with what I read. Dr. Donald Ewan Cameron, that's the one that we saw in the clip, was a Scottish-born psychiatrist. He is largely known today for his central role in unethical medical experiments and development of psychological and medical torture techniques for the CIA. He served as president of the American Psychiatric Association Great! He was the president of the American Psychiatric Association. Awesome. The plot of the movie. This is a movie plot, but this is pretty much what happened. Watch the Bruce Willis movie Conspiracy Theory. It's one of my favorite movies, Butch. It's one of my favorite movies. It's one of my favorite. Actually, you know what? Ooh. Nah, it's not my favorite movie. It's not my favorite movie. But Mel Gibson, I think, is my favorite actor. So, yeah. Trust science. Here comes the ribs and steak. Ooh, you're making me hungry, dude. I can't read that. Dr. Ewan, as the head of the Allen Memorial Institute in Quebec, Canada, was interested in I got to get closer. This is small. Repatterning of the brains of those with mental illnesses. He hypothesized that mental illness could be attributed to learning of the wrong responses to situations. I mean, that's a good hypothesis. I agree with that. Cameron's study aimed to depattern the brain into an essentially infantile state. This is where we start to and this is what pills do. This is what a lot of these psychotropics and these antipsychotic drugs, all they're doing is shutting down chunks of your brain. Tranquilizers and barbiturates and all these things. But depattern the brain into an infantile state before repatterning the brain to learn the correct responses to situations. I agree with. But you don't have to repattern the brain. You repattern the brain through repeated actions and you train it. It's like a muscle. You train it. If you train it to do this thing, it's going to do this thing. If you train it more to do this thing, it's going to do this thing. So if you want to stop doing something, you got to train yourself not to do that thing and repattern your brain that way. You can't do it with LSD and electroshock. But this is like modern psychology. This is like where the foundations of a lot of this stuff It's crazy. The infantile state included a loss of the ability to speak, walk, or control one's bowels and was generally irreversible. Now, this is like what they do in oh man, what's it called? I talked about it in one episode a long time ago. I can't remember the name of it. It's a very small conspiracy theory that very little people have heard about, but about a prison where they do this. They chemically turn lifers into infants. And they probably used it. I mean, I'm sure it's happening everywhere. It's probably happening. It's happening all over in front of our eyes. So Mel Gibson was excellent. Yes. Tim Allen, favorite actor? I like Tim Allen. I like Will Smith, not as a person, but as far as movies, as far as an actor who's in a bunch of great movies. I like Leonardo DiCaprio. I like Will Smith. Mel Gibson's number one just because I like him as a man and like I think he's based. So he gets extra points. And his movies are awesome. Will Smith, I know, Will Smith, but he'll smack Chris Rock up. This is off track. But Cameron's primary method of depatterning the brain was to place patients in a medically induced coma for several weeks at a time while delivering powerful electric shocks used to further disorient the brain. This effectively wiped the minds and memories of many of his patients as one of the greatest ethical dilemmas of his study. Now, this is not MK Ultra. This is the sleep room. This is in Canada, but it's basically the same. They branched off. They went to Canada. They got doctors from Germany. They got Nazi doctors. They got Swedish doctors. So this isn't Ray Cunningham, the Globe and Mail, Canadian Historical Review. Yeah, so this happened everywhere. Donald Ewan Cameron. This is the doctor, Scottish-born psychiatrist. Yep, and I just read a lot of this from the other thing. Cameron was involved in administering electroconvulsive therapy and experimental drugs, including poisons such as curare and hallucinogens such as LSD to patients and prisoners without their knowledge or informed consent. Now, MKUltra, I believe they did have their consent, but if you watched the Netflix documentary on Ted Kaczynski, who is the Unabomber, and the list I'm about to go through of like famous people who they say were MK Ultra, Ted Kaczynski's not on the list. He was MK Ultra. Charles Manson, they say, was likely MK Ultra. So a lot of shooters, a lot of like school shooters. Daniel Day-Lewis, Lethal Weapon with Joe. Daniel Day-Lewis, good actor? Yes. Yeah, good actor. Good actor. Yep. Don't know if he's in like my top 5 because he's just not in enough that I can think of off the rip, you know. Gangs in New York, No Country for Old Men. Was he in that one? I don't think he was in no, he wasn't in. I don't think he was in No Country for Old Men, but he's in one of those Coen Brothers films that was very good. Anyway, so yeah, that's the doctor in the Canada. Did I skip that? Did I skip that one? 10 examples of companies. Oh man, hold on, guys. I just screwed something up. Give me a second. Let me close some stuff and clean some stuff up. I accidentally closed the tab. And I skipped one of the... I didn't also read the Wikipedia on MK Ultra. I feel like I seem drunk tonight. I think it's because I'm a little sick. I did drink a beer before the show and a beer during the show, but that's what I always do. Kind of loosen me up a little bit. But I'm stumbling over my words a lot, and I think it's because I'm a little sick. And I'm just clicking out of stuff. Anyway, MK Ultra, we know about it. Illegal human experimentation program designed and undertaken by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, intended to develop procedures and identify drugs that could be used in interrogations to weaken individuals and force confessions through brainwashing and psychological torture. Yep, that is like the USSR, the social or the oh my god, I can't talk. That's like the commies. That's like the dang commies again. In 19, there will be blood. There will be blood. Yes, that's the one. That's a good movie. To weaken individuals, reduced in scope and was halted in 1973. Yeah, whatever. Used numerous methods. They to manipulate its subjects' mental states and brain functions, such as covert administration of high doses of psychoactive drugs and other chemicals, electroshocks, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, isolation, and verbal and sexual abuse, in addition to other forms of torture. Yeah, so MK Ultra was wild. We read that. This is the one I wanted to look at, though. So check this out. This is 6 common signs of an MK Ultra mind-controlled victim. So, and you see the picture of the article, they have the butterfly, right? So this is an important thing. Started by the CIA, MK Ultra was a classified operation which was ran between 1953 and 1974. One of the original purposes of this operation was to create a total mind-controlled slave that would obediently follow the orders of his or her program, which is also known as their handler. So we're not going to read all of this because it's a lot. It's repeating a lot of what we've just been reading. But here's some of the documents. You can find all the documents. Torture techniques, Manchurian candidates. The premise of this abuse is to force the victim to disassociate or create altered personalities that can be accessed and programmed. This is a typical defense mechanism, and this is why I see like schizophrenia on the rise, and like DID, dissociative identity disorder, and these things. They're like, is it because we have more access to video and we have more access to information that we're seeing it more, or are we having more of these things pop up? I don't know. I haven't looked up the stats, but it seems like we're seeing more of it. I'm seeing more of it. Their front alters might be that of a gentle, compassionate pillar of the community, while their programmed alter might be that of a deadly assassin with a mission to kill. This is the Manchurian candidate, man. Program victims may have a series duty. Many duties, such as mentioned above, include assassination, such as featured in the 1959 novel, which was later turned into a movie, The Manchurian Candidate. Other duties, such as known to beta programming victims, often called sex kittens, are to spy and or sexually seduce or compromise people in positions of power and authority, like the one that slept with Smallwell, that Asian spy sex kitten. Oh shoot, it's a honeypot. Yo, concerning Monarch, often the perfect soldier or athlete can be created. In the case of an athlete, the victim can be programmed to endure extreme pain, like the Spartans. We've talked about the Spartans, how they sensory deprive the infants to make them endure more pain. They don't feel pain. Have superhuman strength, agility, and endurance. This could reap huge profits for the investor, as steroids are detectable and trauma-based mind control is not. Wow. There's Kanye. It is posited that many celebrities, especially those raised in the entertainment industry, are victims of Monarch Mind Control. Many of these celebrities feature a bizarre amount of Monarch programming symptoms. Since celebrities have such an enormous power of influence and psychological control over their fans, they themselves have to be controlled. The most obvious, the handlers. Kanye was talking about the handlers. They got Kanye on here. I'm sure he's been through it. I'm sure he knows about it. That's why he's a little crazy, and that's why he's talking about this stuff. He knows about it. The most obvious of these celebrities are Michael Jackson, Beyonce, Katy Perry, Shia LaBeouf, Britney Spears, Kanye West, and Amanda Bynes. Twilight language for the initiated. Just as seen in many secret organizations, there is a form of communication or hidden language such as symbols and words that can only be identified by those who have been initiated into their meeting. Once a person is initiated in this language, it is difficult to not see it's hidden in numerous movies, television shows, and music videos. Here's a short list of signs and symbols to help identify a potential trauma-based mind control victim. The monarch butterfly symbolism, mostly placed in subliminal manner so that it blends into the background. This is seen thousands of times in music videos, television, and movies. In particular, it's seen in media that features a suspected victim, or the film itself is about mind control. And there's Katy Perry with her butterflies, and there's Britney Spears with her butterflies. And remember, we played the clip earlier of the trans, and he said it's part of the transgender community. Is it part of the transgender community, or are the transgender people just mind controlled? Makes it, Another characteristic to look out for is a handler. Handlers are mysterious and shadowy controllers, sometimes pretending to be security or entourage in order to stay close to the victim to better control their every action. Often the handler is there to turn on or signal their entertainment altar, such as just before a performance in front of thousands of fans. Beta sex kitten altars are often associated with cats. Often these victims will feature cat ears, such as the one in the film Josie and the Pussycats, and also tiger or leopard print clothing. Moreover, Mickey Mouse ears are also commonplace, as many Disney films such as Alice in Wonderland are used in the actual programming of the victim. The victim is often associated with Alice, while she is constantly obsessed with finding the white rabbit, which happens to represent their handler. Speaking of Alice in Wonderland, look for the symbolism too. Pretty deep. Shaved head. There's Brittany with a shaved head. We're about to talk about more about these cat ears and these rabbit ears. We'll talk about that in a second. That's also a common thing in the LGBTQ trans community, and I'm seeing it now amongst hippies, and all these young kids are all wearing rabbit ears, and I'm like, it's weird. But then we make fun of furries. We think it's not. You think bestiality isn't next on the list? The furries is a problem. It's not a joke. It's funny. It's funny. We'll laugh at the furries, but it's not a joke. And when you see these kids, these young kids going to school with headphones with cat ears on them, and everybody's wearing the cat ears, I know it seems innocent, but there's something deeper to that, man. They're trying to animalize us. They're trying to separate us from God and remove God from everything. We're just animals. We're just animals. The butterfly, no, not Mariah Carey. What's up, Lady Seaside? You still here? What'd you say in the chat? Last of the Mohicans is what dreams are made of. Good movie. Good movie. Sudden shaving of the head. Guys, if I ever shave my dreads off, I promise I am not under mind control. Well, we all kind of are a little bit, but not like this level. Black and white duality themes, often seen on a victim's chain clothing or loudly featured in the background instead of movies. Mirrors, especially cracked or shattered mirrors. They're likely going to rehab for programming to make them obey. Just as with shattered mirrors, diamonds are often used as they share a number of reflections. Diamonds are usually assigned to the presidential model, which is the highest level for beta sex slaves. What the? This is crazy. There's a whole thing about this. You guys should watch it, Monarch Mind Control. And we talked about the sleep room. We talked about that doctor guy. Origins and techniques of Monarch Mind Control. Monarch programming is a method of mind control used by numerous organizations for covert purposes. It is a continuation of Project MKUltra, a mind control program developed by the CIA and tested on the military and citizens. The methods are astonishingly sadistic. Its entire purpose is to traumatize the victim, and the expected results are horrifying. The creation of a mind-controlled slave who can be triggered at any time to perform any action required by the handler, like voting a certain way. While mass media ignores this issue, over 2 million Americans have gone through the horrors of this program. No, I think everybody's going through the horror of this program. Everybody is. We all are. Unless you're living in the woods somewhere. This article looks at the origins of Monarch programming and some of its methods and symbolism. But it's celebrities and stuff, and they're leaking it out to everybody. Now it's becoming mainstream. It's becoming normalized. Japanese mind-controlled cat ears erect and flattened to reflect your thoughts. This is in Japan. They're making cat ears that connect to your brain. So when you can't outright do in Japan Neuralink, because Because if Elon's talking about it on Joe Rogan, guys, the technology is 20 years ahead. They're already putting chips in people's brains. Even if it's done inadvertently through your cell phone screen, through the black mirror that we scry on all day, the message is getting put into our brains. And in Japan, they can't just put a chip in your brain because Japan's pretty strict, I think. I don't think Japan is communist. Poor kids who go through this is sick and sad. I rest my case. Running through the forest with that huge shotgun comes on. So in Japan, they're making ear things that are controllable by your brain. I don't know. Mind controlled cat ears, erect and flattened to reflect your thoughts. That's weird. Cut it out. The CIA's secret quest for mind control, torture, LSD, and a poisoner in chief. During the early period of the Cold War, the CIA became convinced that communism has discovered a drug or technique that would allow them to control human minds. This is just more about MK Ultra, just to show that like lots of places write about this and talk about this. So I think it's real. It's not a conspiracy theory, guys. We're not even talking about conspiracy theories tonight. We're talking about true stories. Let's look at 10 examples of companies using subliminal messages. So now we're gonna go on to subliminal messages. So this is through advertising, this is through movies, flashing things onto the screen. In Fight Club, we paused it on VHS tape to see what the flashes were, because we knew he was talking about subliminal messaging. And then throughout the movie, you see these flashes, and every time I would see the flash, I was like, I know there's something there. There's an image there. So if you guys remember, with old VHS VCRs, you could here, we're gonna bring in the big camera while we talk about this. In the old VHS VCRs, I got one right there. You can push play and fast forward, or no, how would you do it? I think you'd push pause and fast forward at the same time on the machine, and it would play it in slow-mo, frame by frame. And so we did this with and this is before you got a cell phone and you could take a screenshot, or you could just slow it down on your browser. And so we had to play it on a VHS player in slow motion to see what all the freeze frames were in Fight Club. And we were probably, what year did Fight Club come out? Anybody know? Let me know in chat. What year did... Because I saw it in the theaters with my dad. 1999. So I was 87. I was 12. I said 11. Yeah, I was 12. I was 12 when it came out in theaters. Let's say I was 13. At like a sleepover with friends. We watched Fight Club. 13 years old. And your eyes are getting very heavy. Yeah, I know. And so I'm 13 years old, and we freeze frame Fight Club. Has anybody in chat ever done that? Do you know what you see if you freeze frame the check politics? Check politics? I already checked politics. Yeah, I talked about all that. Anyway, check politics. I think 98. Here's the meat and steak, Butch. Yeah, that's what you see if you freeze frame Fight Club. It's basically a guy standing there naked with a giant schlong. It's a picture of a guy in his penis. And this happens 3 times throughout the movie. And it's a different picture of the same guy and his penis each time. And then one of them, it's Brad Pitt. Or a couple of them, actually, it's Brad Pitt blipped into the shot. And he's doing like, it's to subliminally tell you that he is Edward Norton. Spoiler alert, if you haven't seen Fight Club, I don't know where you've been living under a rock or something. But throughout the movie, There's like 3 flashes, and if you freeze frame those flashes, it's a penis. And I think he even talks about it in the movie. And that's why we should have known, because he talks about he would do that in the movie theater. He would clip in pictures of dicks. And so yeah, the dad killing Mulan is one of the highlights. Little sister, blah, blah, blah. Jump through. Anyway, what was I getting at with that? Subliminal messages. Subliminal messages. They use them. They use them to control our minds. No, Alexa. 10 examples of companies using subliminal messages in their marketing. Don't assume Alexa's pronouns. Alexa is a problem too. Oh, you mean check politics in the Discord? Trump's major announcement caught on video? He hasn't made it yet. It's not Tuesday. I don't know what I have to look at that later. 10 examples of companies using subliminal messages. But don't assume. Is that supposed to be subliminal? Subliminal for what? I don't know. I never knew that. I knew Ed Norton was in Brad Pitt's head. Vice versa, D. Melkin. That's a funny way to put it, though. No, Brad Pitt was in Edward Norton's head. And so throughout the movie, there's a bunch of scenes where Edward Norton will be standing there talking, and you'll see a flash in the corner. Those are Brad Pitt, like, brought into the scene. He's like, ah. But there's a couple where it's a flash, like the whole screen flashes. It's like if you were watching a movie and it was clipped together with a picture of a naked guy. And yeah. Trump's announcement was released. This says today at 4:16 p.m. He hasn't made his announcement yet. It's not Tuesday. This is just going to be a... Trump won. Save America. That's funny. That's funny. All right. I need to go back to there. Finish this up. I'm not really going to bring 5G into it, but I believe 5G is more for the surveillance state, and it also is more to put more devices in our hands, make everything more accessible. When they do this, it makes people dumber. So it's like how you don't remember cell phone numbers because you got a cell phone, or you don't remember phone numbers. We don't remember phone numbers anymore. We type differently. The whole going from a keyboard where you can do this to type to somebody to going down to 2 fingers, 2 thumbs, typing like this, it's retarded. It's backwards. It's backwards as hell. I think, and that's not an original thought from me. I think Elon said that, or somebody way smarter than me said that. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Why did we do that? That's why I didn't like texting. When texting first came out, it's like, okay, so you mean to tell me that I got this thing I can keep in my pocket where I can just pick it up and talk to you, right? But now you want me to write you a letter? I could just pick this up and talk to you, but you want me to write. So this is idiocracy. We're just going backwards. We're being slowly retarded, all of us. People don't memorize phone numbers anymore. The more accessible everything is, the more automation there is. The more you have nothing, you'd be happy. This was a communist one. This is like Orwellian future. Robots will just run everything. I don't know if that's Orwellian, but didn't Orwell write War of the Worlds? How could it be released? He's supposed to do it live. They can't leak it. It's not happening until tomorrow. Go back to MK Ultra. The birds are fake. Birds are fake, guys. Birds are probably fake though. Greatest scene ever. So where did my OBS go? Right here. 10 examples of companies using subliminal messages in their marketing. Some of these are kind of lame. FedEx's legendary arrow, like, so they put an arrow in the logo. So a lot of this, and that's why it's subliminal. It's very, very like abstract things but then when somebody points it out to you, they say, there's an arrow in the word FedEx, and you say, oh, I've always seen that. And so it's what makes it catchy. It's what keeps it in your Amazon smile is also an arrow. Includes an arrowhead starting at A and ending with Z. It shows you that they'll sell everything you need from A to Z. So it's like the smile underneath the Amazon is connecting the A and the Z. Ooh, Joe Camel has a manly face. Coca-Cola's shapely bottle is shaped kind of like a woman, don't you think? That's subliminal messaging. Disney and the Pirates of the Caribbean. Despite its beginning as a ride at Disneyland, some people forget that Pirates of the Caribbean is a Disney franchise. The posters for these films wants to help you remember the skull of Captain Jack Sparrow has 2 torches behind it, reminiscent of the head of Mickey. The ears. Remember the ears? All right, this image was hugely popular and was featured on posters and T-shirts, a clear example of how subliminal advertising can even end up being used for fabric printing. Toyota mixes up their letters. Looking at the Toyota logo, you can see that's made up of different letters that make up the word itself. This helps to reinforce and remind viewers of their brand. What's the Toyota logo look like? That's weird. It started when they quit teaching cursive writing. Facts, Butch. Facts. Yep. And it's dumbing down the population. That's the problem I have with 5G, which ties into this, because I don't think now there are arguments, and one day I'll do a segment about this. One day I'll do a 5G segment, just 5G. But I dug deep into it at one time, and it was a military weapon. The frequencies, there are studies that show it's messed up birds and bees, migratory patterns, and things like this. They've shown that the 4G waves, the 3G waves, those waves can mess up our circadian rhythms or circadian rhythm, and which makes it harder to sleep. It keeps us up longer. And when you think about staring at a phone, you can't go to sleep. You're staring at a phone, and you'd be up all night watching stupid TikTok videos. It makes a lot of sense that these waves are hurting our brain. I think the 5G stuff got hijacked by COVID because they're like, oh, it's spreading COVID. Look, these people's hearts are stopping because of nanobites and COVID. I don't like that stuff. I think that's if I get shown something that makes me believe it, then maybe I'll believe it. But it takes a lot. I'm a skeptic, and I think the 5G thing is less so much about the waves being damaging to us, but I believe that is true. I think that's in more minor waves, like messing up how we sleep and those things, like I just said. But the big problem with the 5G is the accessibility. We have too much access to too much information. Everything is on a screen in front of us. We don't have to remember anything. We don't have to know how to do anything. You have Uber. You have, and this affects ride sharing. 5G, affects ride sharing programs and things like Uber Eats, and which I think is a ridiculous plague on humanity. The fact that people are ordering a 2-liter bottle of soda that they're going to drink in one night from a 7-Eleven that's 2 blocks away, and they're paying an extra $5 delivery fee for this soda. So they're just blown. This is why inflation's going up. People are spending ridiculous amounts of money on stupid crap, and then they get fat and they just sit there. And this is all mind control. It's all mind control. Coca-Cola is using subliminal messaging. Uber Eats is using subliminal messaging, and they're making us turn into. And I count myself. I don't do Uber Eats. I don't do TikTok. I don't do a lot of this stuff, but I take part. I drink my beer, my Anheuser-Busch beer, I take part in the world. I use Google. I'm on Google. I watch Netflix. I let my brain rot with this stuff sometimes, but it's just the way the world is. We gotta roll with the punches. Gilby's Gin. I don't even know what that is. FSX magazine does too. Baskin Robbins 31 flavors. All right, that's enough of the subliminal messages. Those are kind of boring. Negative subliminal stimuli and emotional manipulation. Interesting. So I'm not going to read through all this. I have 5G, but it didn't anything different from my 4G. Yeah, that's what I've heard. It's also consistently fluctuating, so our body can't adjust to it. Research telegrapher's disease. You'll have to remind me about that when I do the 5G show. I have 5G, but it didn't do anything. Oh, I read that. I'm going to go watch videos on C-section recovery. What? Who would want to? Would you have to get a C-section, Lady C-Sal? Dang, Lady C-Sal. Getting a C-section? You should call yourself Senora C-section. Don't get a C-section if you don't have to, Lady C-Sal. But if you have to, well, either way, we'll be praying for you and the baby. Either way, it's going to work. It's all going to work out. I'll explain 5G some night versus 4G. Have you heard of Chef Boyardee conspiracy? Sounds familiar. Sounds familiar. I'm sure I have. I've heard of all of them. I've heard of all of them. Even crazy ones that most people never heard of. From the conspiracy iceberg. All of them. 10 real victims. Let's look at 10 real victims of the CIA's MKUltra program, and then we'll be done with all this tonight. But that last article I just had up just shows that there is negative subliminal stimuli that has been used. It's a known thing. They've used negative subliminal stimuli. It's not just to get you to buy stuff. You could argue that it's all negative, but it's not just to get you to buy a Chevy. There is some of this not. I might LOL pray for me, Holmes. All right, that we will do. The Urban Knights praying for you. Like birds are robots? Yeah, I've heard of fake birds. Fake birds. Birds are fake. Maybe not robots. Maybe what if they're like projections? No, I've heard the robot one too. Especially pigeons. No, it's pigeons. You ever seen a baby pigeon? You never seen a baby pigeon? I bet you none of you have ever seen a baby pigeon. Okay, on a serious note, can you discuss frequencies and the influences on the psyche? I'll do that. I'll do that on another show. I'll plan for it because we're almost done here. But yeah, I will talk about 5G. I'll have to brush up on it. What year did Fight come out? Let's just look at these real victims. So Kulinski, Industrial Societies in its Future. That's Ted Kulinski. That's the Unabomber's manifesto. It's a great read. You should read it sometime. 10 real victims of CIA's MKUltra program. Charles Manson, they've said, but they're not on this list. Ken Kesey, I don't know who that is. Ken Kesey is the author of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Have you guys ever seen Clockwork Orange? Clockwork Orange, that's a crazy movie. And when they put his eyes in the things, some conspiracies are whack. Yes, some of them are whack. Some conspiracies are actually. Here's a crazy conspiracy. Some of the conspiracy theories are actually just made up to make conspiracy theory people or people who like conspiracy theories just to discredit them. So there's a conspiracy theory that some of the conspiracy theories are actually part of the conspiracy theory to discredit conspiracy theorists. Did you know that? That's one for you. That's a deep one. There's actually like 5 examples of them. I don't know them off the top of my head. Maybe one day we'll talk about it. Maybe one day we'll do a segment about the conspiracy, about how some of the conspiracies are actually part of the conspiracy to make the conspiracies instead of facts. Get it? It makes sense. It makes perfect sense if you really, if you really dig deep. I don't know who this guy is. Witty Bulger. Do you guys know who any of these people are? I don't really know who they are. Robert Hunter, a lyricist and longtime collaborator with the Grateful Dead's Jerry Garcia, was exposed to the same testing as Casey. They had no idea that it was part of the MKUltra project until many years later. Casey was oh yeah, he wrote author of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. An infamous gangster who evaded capture for decades. Harold Blower. Harold Blower was a professional tennis player who competed against the likes of Bill Tidy, widely considered one of the greatest tennis players of all time.
The CIA was not the only government agency interested in the possibilities LSD and other drugs presented for mind control. The Army Chemical Corps first started working with the CIA and then branched off on its own. It too tested drugs on unwitting victims, and a death would result. The case of this man, Harold Blower, a tennis pro, seen here with his daughter Elizabeth, is well known. In 1953, Blower was a private patient at the New York State Psychiatric Institute. Close to 5,000 documents, previously classified, have been released by the Army and obtained by ABC News. From a derivative, we didn't delineate all the possibilities of what might happen because then you contaminate your experiment. Cattell then relates that he never even knew what drug he had given Harold Blower because of the secrecy of the Army experiments.
Wow.
We didn't know whether it was dog...
Crazy. Tennis player, James Stanley. Very promising military career in front of him. Wayne Ritchie, a deputy U.S. Marshal and a veteran of the U.S. Marine Corps. So military guys, athletes, entertainers, celebrities. It goes deep. It goes deep. Ruth Kelly. And this ain't even a conspiracy. This is just facts. Singer and waitress at a San Francisco bar. She's cool. Given LSD. Unknowingly given LSD before performing on stage. Veteran of the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics who headed up a part of the MKUltra program called Operation Midnight Climax. Found Kelly attractive but resistant to his advances. So either he or one of his men dosed her with LSD before her performance. Operation Midnight Climax. Wow. According to, and this is all from, I don't even know where this is from. I don't know. If it's not real, I disavow. This is all allegedly. Allegedly. Dr. Robert Hyde. What about Harvey Weinstein's dad? Did not have him listed. Technical services, TSS agents. CIA had multiple units working on discrediting someone in position of power, but making them appear foolish in a very public setting. Wow. And they use drugs. They use drugs, and now they're pushing ketamine and psilocybin as ways to cure depression, which is exactly what they were doing here as a way to curb certain emotional reactions to stimuli or blah, 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 blah. They gave them drugs. Okay, that's essentially what we have here. And it's just happening everywhere. George H. White. And then there's shooters. There's Hollywood celebrities. There's more on the list. There's more on the list of MKUltra people. We got our own list here at JS Urban Adventures now. The MKUltra list. But that's that. That's all I got for that. Anything else I want to talk about? UFC 281 review. I watched the fights. It was amazing. Fight card all night. Great fights. It was epic. The Adesanya fight, unfortunately, he's not champ, but now we get a rematch. We're definitely going to get a rematch. That was a great fight. Great fight. Till the end. Fifth round. Pereira just destroyed him. The Dan Hooker fight was awesome. When he kicked him in the stomach, the dude just, liver shot. He just had to sit down. Great fight all night. All the fights were good. Quick Netflix review. Guys, if you're looking for something good on Netflix, check out the Pentaverate with it's Mike Myers, and it's kind of like Austin Powers. It's kind of like you get a new Austin Powers. He plays almost every character in the show. It's like 6 episodes. And each one's like 30 minutes. It's a quick show, quick watch. Got a lot of funny jokes, and he plays all the characters. It's got some ass stuff, like you do some, I don't know what's up with comedies always having to show a man's ding dong in the comedies nowadays, but they do it in all of them. It's actually part of that's part of a mind control plan also to demasculinize demasculinate men. All the comedy movies now, there's always a chunky white guy with his wiener. But Pentaveret, good show for the most part. Pretty good, pretty funny. I think that's all we got. I mean, I'm not gonna spend a bunch of time tonight talking about midterms anymore. We did that in the beginning. Apparently, Katie Hobbs won. I'm not surprised. Carrie Lake is not going to concede. I'm not surprised by that either. But unfortunately, we've seen this before, and I'm gonna if I were a betting man, I'd say Carrie Lake is losing. She lost. Like, now I'm not saying it was all on the up and up. I'm sure there was some issues. I'm sure there was a lot of issues that we talked about tonight. But there's no point being stressed about it. I mean, if we're not going to do anything to tighten up the elections, there's no point in caring anymore, because they're going to go however they want them to go. I don't understand the whole thing about dongs either. Jackass was all about that stuff. Yeah, it's part of this whole thing that we've been talking tonight. It's the same thing with how hip hop music feminize black men. It's like it's trying to demasculate men, so they want to make people laugh at a guy's ding dong, and at the same time it objectify. And the same feminists who will laugh at this stuff and push this stuff, they'll complain about objectivization of females. They're like, oh, we don't want to. Why all these models have to be hot, attractive, naked women in the movies? For one, that sells tickets, and Seth Rogen's wiener does not. And for two, I don't know. I don't know what the other one was. I'll see you later. See you later, Arby. Carrie Lake is my governor. Carrie, you live in Arizona? You don't live in no Arizona, Butch. Yeah. So Pentaveret. We talked about all the cool stuff. Do I got any funny videos to play on YouTube before I go? Yeah, it's about that time, guys. Thanks everybody for hanging out, though. We're not quite out yet. I do want to mention one thing real quick. Check this out. I was looking at my Twitter. I'm trying to revitalize my Twitter. Not revitalize it. It never was vital, so it's not revitalizing. But I'm trying to do something on Twitter, but I just can't get into it. But I looked at my Twitter from a long time ago. Let me see if I can pull it up. I think it logs me into the wrong one. New to Twitter. I have to sign in. Let's see if I remember the password. Yeah. Here's my Twitter. Dreaded Debater. This is way before I started doing this show on YouTube. I had my YouTube channel, and at the time, I wanted to have Dreaded Conservative be the name of the whole channel, do a separate channel. So I do have another channel called Dreaded Conservative, with like 0 subscribers that I just never used. I just reserved the name, I guess, but nobody wanted it anyway. But anyway, my Twitter is at Dreaded Debater, the Dreaded Conservative. And I was looking through my page. I like, what have I ever even posted on Twitter? How do I look at my own home? How do I look at my own here we go. There's the Tyson James thing. I made memes. Look, I made this meme. Now, luckily, this didn't age well, and Rittenhouse ended up getting off, but I made this meme. It's a too wordy. This is the kid that shot up the school in Texas and one day in jail, shooting 4 people. He spent 2.5 months in jail, $2 million bond, shooting 3 people and killing 1. Not too wordy. Not my best work. This was a good one. I made this meme. 2020 in a nutshell. So this was New Year's Eve, 2020, at Times Square. There was like 12 people there, and they were all in cubicles. You guys remember this? And to make it look like people were there, remember, they had the wacky wailing inflatable arm flailing tube man guys from Family Guy. So I clicked, I made this meme, 2020 in a nutshell. Wacky wailing inflatable arm flailing tube mans. I put some of my YouTubes. I made this meme. When you have a little too much watermelon sugar in the tank, that's that that's that watermelon sugar guy, Henry something. But anyway, the point I was bringing this up was, I like this one. I don't need to see clown movies. I live in clown world. This is the 2020 debates. I made these memes. Anyway, somewhere on here, I called out at the time, who I thought was like a big channel. Where is it at? Utah Outcasts. How do I look up like who I mentioned and stuff? Anyway, this was when I had like 100 subscribers on YouTube, and I was like, there's this YouTube channel called Utah Outcasts, and they were from Utah, and they did a podcast, and they're very liberal. They're super liberal. Transgender, all that stuff. And so I put on Twitter a long time ago, I was like, Utah Outcasts, I'm coming for your spot. You better be ready. And I had like 100 subscribers on YouTube at the time. And they had like 700 subscribers, 600 subscribers or something. I feel like they had a lot of subscribers to me. Like they had 2,000 subscribers or something. And I was like, that's a lot, but not too much. I can call them out, And so when I was looking at my Twitter, I saw that. And I was like, man, I want to go check out their YouTube. I bet they're huge by now, right? Check out Utah Outcasts. Utah Outcasts is on dang 400 episode of their podcast. Episode 400 of their podcast. 738 subscribers. So I feel like I succeeded. I destroyed the Utah Outcasts. I don't even know who they are. I don't know why I'm picking on these people. Oh, I do know why, because they're super liberal.
My wife, she sends me all these like happy, nice things,
This is
and
the Utah Outcasts. This is my competition out here in Utah, guys.
Political. And,
so I put in their comments,
car and truck.
400
and
shows is still
why are
not
there so
1,000
many cats on your
subs.
feed? And I'm like, because I like cats.
And normally I wouldn't pick on a channel with less subscribers. It's not a big deal. But the thing is, I looked up to this as like, okay, I got to do better than these people at least. At least I got to do better than these people. I looked up to them and as like a target, and I think we've far surpassed the goal. I think we've far surpassed the goal. This is episode 400. Episode 400. This video has 141 views, and like from 2 weeks ago. That's about the same as me. That's, as far as view numbers go, maybe they have a good core group and they get about the same as me. But as far as they're on episode 400. 400. If I'm on episode 400 and I'm just roasting. jsurbanadventures, just follow you. Oh, on Twitter? Thank you, sir. I don't really do much on there. I'm working on it. Eventually, maybe I will, but I need to be shown the ropes of Twitter. I don't know Twitter. But yeah, episode 400. You're not even at 1,000 yet. And when I started, I had a cell phone and nothing else, not much else, in a backpack. I had a cell phone in a backpack, and I was like, "Oh, I got to do better than these guys." And we did it, guys. So let's get a. Do I have a cheer sound effect? I don't have a cheer sound effect.
Wait till I get my money right. No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Here, if we play these guys.
I just don't. We don't have any.
Yeah. Because it's cool.
And like I'm honestly allergic to them. So
no offense,
like if I pet a cat,
some fucking commie gobbledygook.
There we go. Thanks, Norm.
Beta.
All right. Enough of these people. Don't subscribe to Utah Outcast, but do go check them out. And no, I thought, well, let's give them the benefit of the doubt, because they say they're on 400 episodes, but they only have 230 videos on YouTube. So where's their primary place? Oh, it's Twitch. So I checked out their Twitch, and they've been going for a couple years, and I think they have like 138 followers on Twitch. I did Twitch for I think 4 months and was at like 250 playing a card game, a Dragon Ball Super card game, which is a very small audience of a very niche game. So I don't know. Maybe it's just because they're whack, you know? You got to think to some extent, maybe you're just whack. Maybe you might want to just, I don't know, go get a job at freaking Amazon. Go get a job at, I don't know. I'm sure they have a job there. This is just a side thing, but yeah, Utah Outcast, hit them up. They're whack. The only reason look, I have 4 followers now, guys. I have 4 followers. Let's go. Uno más. Okay. Do I got anything else? I don't think I got anything else, guys. I think I might just, it's 10:30. Yeah, 10:30 is stop time. What's your sub goal in 2024? I don't know, Dean. I just want to get to 10K. That's just my goal. I just want to get to 10K. My sub goal by 2024. It may be doable. We're in a hiccup right now. We're in a bump. I need to do shorts. I gotta start doing more shorts. Yeah. That's the big thing. Now I've been doing just a few shorts, and every time I do shorts, I see a boost in the analytics. Not in the length of views because they're short videos, but you see a boost in your subscriber count and like the attention you're getting. It's like YouTube is really trying to push the shorts, so you got to do the shorts. Great show. Good night, you legends. Later, man, godson. I'm just trying to find a last video to play for tonight. I didn't record the show tonight, so I totally forgot to record. That's all right. We're going to have to get some Fallout. Do it. You got to play the game. Yes, sir. Got to make the shorts. Might as well just play one more high-res song. What's the other one? I like God Over Government. Kind of like the last song. This kind of goes with the other song, Faith Over Fear. We're doing high-res tonight.
Dear Mainland, aloha. Crunch.
Dear Mainland, aloha. I'm going to play us out to this song, guys. I'll talk to you later, Dean. Just hit me up on a text. See ya. Be safe. Good night. Don't be mind controlled.
During Walmart's Black Friday deals for days.